Hello. And good morning. It is Tuesday, February 20th, and it's another live stream day. So what I'm going to be doing is probably some more audio work. There's a couple of things I have in mind to do, and I'm interested to know what will come of them. For instance, there is an idea for a variation on Console 6 that I could do, and I'd also like to try some experiments with discontinuity, which I have recently done. So on those grounds, probably time for me to kind of get rolling. In the morning, there's never a very large number of people showing up, and that's fine. Part of what I'm doing is trying to make sure I remember to keep talking, because when I get into this work, one of the things that can happen is just doing it day after day, week after week, and almost to the point that Ben Jordan talked about in a recent video of just about forgetting how to talk. That's no good. So there are other things that I can do to sort of get rolling. One of them could be, let's switch over to camera view because we're not really quite in coding yet. Oh, look, a bright reflection on the laptop. Hey. I got to throw another log on the fire. It's a little cold in Vermont at the moment. Not very, very super duper cold, but it's a little cold. And I feel like I probably can do something about that. So I could do that, and I could make another cup of coffee and sort of gradually get rolling. Because this has been a pretty good gradual morning, I must say. On the whole, it's been a pretty good gradual morning. I was reading something that I got linked to in Reddit, but more about that in a moment. Guy was talking on Reddit, showed up and was all wanting to bring us the good word of Bruce Swedian. This is in the audio engineering subreddit. Hope my voice will stand up to raising it. But I have been fooling with default audio levels for things. I've been fooling with other things too. Here, check this out. I have gloves for putting logs in my fire. Here's one of them, and you'll notice that carrying logs around and shifting them is demanding enough that they will wear through leather gloves, which I have done. So apparently my index finger is the strongest one. I can't imagine why, right? But if I pick up a log, that's going to be the one that wears through the glove fastest, which is weird but true. It's the largest finger, I guess. Maybe that's why that is. And so I had to sneak a little piece of leather from the matching glove around the cuff of it inside there. And then it slipped out of sync. So what I did was got some super glue, scooched it over, and super glued where it was slipping out of place and letting my finger touch hot things. And I went and got the super glue that I'd had kicking around, and it had dried up. So I went and got a package of the stuff that was unopened. That had dried up, and I don't understand how you can buy super glue off the shelf and have it be leaking air in that kind of way that it could dry up. But so that was part of my job for today, was fixing the carrying wood glove and handling the wood stove glove. As you can see, it gets pretty hot in there. I mentioned amplitude levels, like volume levels. On the most recent video that I made for the channel, the most recent plugin, in other words, the one where I was like, oh, a short bus, worst plugin ever, worst plugin by worst person for worst audience. That's going some, you're the best audience. But it was taking advantage of my clip only, or my final clip plugin a little bit too much. And I realized that's not out yet. I have not put that plugin out yet, but if you're interested in hearing what it's capable of doing, it's showing up quite stridently on the last video. And I'll tell you why. Because I've written this plugin so that I can move the good microphone in closer. We're not using the good microphone at the moment. Good morning, sweeter than anything. You are indeed sweeter than everything. Awesome. The Colares, the Roswell Colares, the one that's trying to be like a take me home for Elam. It's this very unreasonably expensive fancy vocal mic, and Roswell did a cheap-ass version of it. Cheap-ass version of a Elam is still like $1,500. It's an expensive microphone by some, by a lot of standards. It's not a vintage. It's a newly made microphone that acts in the similar way to that. And I've arranged to move it in a lot closer and not use the funny sound absorber thingy that I had for it. Because I had a newer pocket vocal booth thing. And that's neat in its own right. But there are other ways of doing that. Like what the Newer was doing is I'd position it just under the camera so the camera couldn't quite see it, but immediately under the camera there's this circular pseudo vocal booth thingy. And if you have something that close to the mic, it's affecting the sound, but it's affecting the sound by damping it and absorbing some of it, like screaming into a pillow or whatever. There's something soft right there, and your voice doesn't get out into the room as fully. And I've been experimenting with removing that and moving the mic in a lot closer because it doesn't have to contend with a weird large structure nearby, so I can tuck it just out of frame, and have done so. Well, here's the thing, is when I don't use the faux vocal booth thingy, what happens is I get a lower mid resonance that I wouldn't otherwise get, which is not desirable, but it's part of the sound of that location in this room. And then also I might be louder, so it's kind of designed to let me talk quieter. And right at the moment, I've got my mic here for this recording set up not really very loud. So if I like lean right into it and lift it into shot so you can, that's it. This is actually a Sennheiser shotgun. So if I lean right into it, then I can get pretty loud without raising my voice very much. But then all I have to do is back off a little bit, and I have to project a little bit more. It was funny, I was watching a video the other day that was interesting along those lines. It was a React channel, and I've been having some ideas on stuff that I might be able to do along those lines of like playing classic rock in a way that a modern YouTube audience can relate to it. I don't know whether I'm going to pursue this idea that I've got, but point being, I was watching guys on a React channel reacting to a thing, and they were watching David Bowie singing Heroes in Berlin live, which was pretty cool. It was not as intense a performance as the one on the record, because at the time that he made that record, he was very stressed out. But and this was like 2001, but he was in fine form. And an interesting thing about it was Bowie's microphone technique. He had a thing going on where he had the microphone. This water bottle will stand in. Actually, no, not the water bottle. Let's use this eyeglasses case to stand in for the microphone, because it is a gray color that looks like it might be a microphone. And what Bowie would be doing is, let's see, he'd be singing into the mic, and then if he hit a loud syllable, suddenly the mic would be backed off here, and he'd have these very accurate motions. It's like, and I'll drink all the time. And the loud syllable, boop, suddenly the microphone would be back here, and then it would be right back again. And nothing can keep us together. And the microphone would just go to whatever the correct distance was, and boop, back it would come. And it was just this interesting picture of microphone technique. And it looked almost casual, but if you knew how that worked, then it was a very striking demonstration of skill. Really quite something. And that's the situation that I'm dealing with these videos. Like the ones for making the plugin. I have it sitting a lot closer, so I have the new plugin, Final Clip, that goes in Final Cut, and will stop that from distorting without a lot of extra fussing, because Final Cut's peak is like plus 6 dB. And it also includes the first thing that's also showing up in AD Clip 8, namely there's a little slew clip in there as well. And AD Clip 8's special deal is that it's an array, so it's a stack of the effects with a different name for each instance that you add. And anyway, what I have for the video made to support shortbus is Final Clip in action, and you'll hear it being driven a little bit too hard, because as it happens, what I was doing with that video, recording it, and there's no going back and doing it over because there's always more for me to do, I was too loud. I was too loud on the mic. That recording setup is set up to capture me being very quiet and casual. Like, for instance, this mic here. Hi, this would be me being very quiet and casual. And I'm zooming right down into the microphone, and you can hear me perfectly fine. Arguably too fine. And then if I go and start putting more firewood in the fire, boy, do I have to project. And my voice has to scale right up to meet the needs of that situation. And that's just how microphones work. So it's a whole experience. It really is. And I'm reminded of that David Bowie recording and stuff because of the thing on the Reddit group. I spent probably 10 minutes or so typing out a really long, elaborate answer to that. So if you're on our audio engineering, I am Applejinx there. That is a pseudonym of which I am known. Oh, I have a question. Hey, Crappy Blonde. Look into phase nudge. See whether that does anything that's useful to you. I am not likely to do much in that light, but I do like the plugin MV is kind of all about phase rotation because it's a giant all-pass stack, and that's what you do if you want to shift phase a lot. All-passes are the technology that lets you do that. I've never made a reverb or not reverb, an EQ that shifts phase for only certain things. It would do crazy things. I'm pretty sure of that. Also, when you talk about a variable phase plugin, one of the things I will be asking is, why do you want that? Because it's always important to be able to dig into what people are doing, why they're doing it, who told them to do it, and so on and so forth, what the purpose is. And this is why I was talking about, and honestly, there's no reason I can't hang out and talk today and answer lots of questions, because like last week, I spat out so many plugins that I have a backlog now. It's going to take me a while to bring out all of these, and so if I keep making new plugins at that rate, it's going to be unbearable. I'm going to have a pile of plugins 6 miles deep, and it'll be forever before you get any of them. So I have to slow some of that down. I'm going to be doing some experimenting, but I don't expect to have a hot plugin to come out of today's work. They can't all be like that. Anywho, a guy posted on Reddit, all excited about the wisdom and greatness of Bruce Swedian. And he posted this thing where it's like, oh yeah, here is a link to his book. And oh no, I mean new stuff that you don't have yet. That's what I mean. And the link that the guy posted turns out to actually be a PDF of the Bruce Swedian book. So I'm going to be throwing this away, but I was like, I thought that was an Amazon link, and I started reading it. And it's very similar in some ways to Quincy Jones's book, which I did buy in hardcover. Both of these guys have a tendency to start off with formative experiences in audio. And I can tell you right now how you make a Bruce Swedian. You start him off listening to symphony orchestras and big bands, because he started off recording big bands, and that is a profound influence. You can tell. And then he ran with that, being able to recapture the formative sounds that set his taste and his ear, and developed, like, the Bruce Swedian thing is learn exactly what microphones and things make the sound that he grew up liking, master doing that, and then tell them that's the point of the entire universe. That's kind of his jam. And also a heavy dose of how wonderful he is for being that good at it, and how good of his taste he has, which is like true. I mean, it's true, he does. It's one kind of taste. The funny thing is that's exactly what I'm working on in the plugins these days, is the work that I'm doing is towards being able to do your Bruce Swedian's formative experiences sounds in the box. And I think that's coming along okay. Like, I think I'm going to be able to maximize on that. But it is interesting. And like anybody who makes money and produces a bunch of good art doing a thing decides that the thing is the wonderfulness and that they are the profit for bringing the wonderfulness. And that's a very human behavior. So you read this Bruce Swedian book, And you don't get that many, like, there's a lot about this is the most wonderful microphone, which costs $60,000, and this is also the most wonderful microphone that costs $40,000. And this is the most wonderful place to record in, where I recorded this and that hit record, and so on and so forth. And he does have the same thing that I've learned about not applying unnecessary processing and degrading the sound. That's something that he knows about in analog mixing. And he is not wrong about that, although he seems to have a very high opinion of himself for realizing that thing. But, I mean, there's a lot of people who don't, so go figure. Crappy Blonde, don't get hung up on me being so proficient. One of the reasons I'm doing these streams is so that I can be a complete dumbass live on television, so that people don't get too hung up on like, oh my God, Sir Chris, you're so wonderful. I mean, it's adorable. It's cute. It's very sweet when people act that way. But I mean, it's a little much also. And it's important that what I'm doing is just it's persistence and wanting certain things. It's like what I want out of sound, which is influenced in its own way by my formative experiences. So in the technical proficiency, watch me try to code a graphical user interface, and you'll quickly find out how unproficient I am. And when you're a little bit shy about expressing your wants in there and ask only just so that I could phase align mics before capturing into the DAW. That's a very important point. Understand there are guys that influenced me enormously who made an art form out of phase misaligning stuff. So bear that in mind. Like, you can't get too hung up on conceptual ideas of what's correct and what's not. In looking at this, and I'm going to go and make myself another cup of coffee before very long. But before I do that, consider, for instance, like mics on a drum kit. I was reading this stuff from Bruce Swedian, this book that he did. And I feel a little bit like that dude don't need my money. I think I'm not sure whether he's still around. Even if he was, he don't need my money. But one little detail popped out, and it was on one hand, he does wild things. Like, I can tell you the things that Bruce Swedian does with the drum kit. He's all about super close miking everything. Unlike Steve Albini, by example, he hates room mics. Bruce Swedian hates room mics, won't use them, can't stand them. He always just close mics all of the individual drum kit elements. He puts a wooden paddle between the hat and the snare to block the hat out of the snare mic. Although bear in mind, and he's only using a 57 for a snare mic, bear in mind this is also the guy that doesn't like EQing things. So what he's going to do, and he also doesn't like artificial brightness, so he likes using ribbon mics on everything. He's like using ribbon mics on bright percussion, like hats, like clinking bottles with metal things for percussion, specifically so that he can get them louder in the mix. Because if you recorded them with a microphone that really captured all of the highs properly, it wouldn't be possible to put it loud in the mix. And that's a really valid take. That's a very valid take. It's part of aligning mics. He also tried a experiment at one point, which he said, oh, that made the snare much sharper. And it was miking the snare on the side. Side miking. That is literally the opposite of face aligning. Oh, did he? Oh, that's too bad. Yeah. I'm taking his name in vain, but then I'll take anybody's name in vain, and everybody will take my name in vain, so it's all good. And he really had a hell of an ear. He really did. He learned from the correct reference, and the correct reference is like symphony orchestras and big bands. If you can dial your ear in by your formative experiences being like the Stan Kenton Big Band and sitting in front of it and packing them closely together so they can hear each other, you're not going to lack for good taste in sound going forwards. And yeah, so on I think a Chai Lights album or something, he specifically mic'd the side of the snare rather than the top or the bottom, which is interesting. Even though he hates hates room mics, but the funny thing about that is that the miking situation that I've ended up with is 2 front of kit mics and a kick mic. And he also does some wild things with the kick mic, believe me. And I don't want any close mics. I'm only interested in kind of the room mics, but I don't really have a good room, so I'm just like slightly at a distance mics. And the placement I've got for them actually has the... I could show you. Got another light flaring into action there, but check this out. I can show you. I have a remote camera up there for when I'm recording again. And you can see how I've got my cymbals up at the top, and then down lower a kick, and there's a seat to sit at. There's a big rototom over on the side and smaller rototoms closer to the camera. And the white things are headphones. And you look a little bit up and to the left of the headphones, that's the position of my left and right mics. They're cardioid mics. They are Roswell Mini K47s, chosen because those are not bright. They're almost ribbon mic grade as far as not being overly bright. And they're about waist height or so. And you can see sort of in the place that you would expect the snare drum. And the angle of that is fairly close to edge on to the mics. They are they're not really like head height. They're maybe around waist height. So I'm essentially listening to all of the drums from the side, including the toms. And I understand. There's nothing I can do about that right now. I can see the reflections on some of the hats. It's designed to be kind of flashy looking, but I have an overhead light. Tell you what, as long as we're derping around and I'm doing it, give me a moment. I will go and fix that. Yeah, so remind me to go and turn that back off once I'm done. So there is a overhead light, and I'm expecting if I am to do this, I'm going to go in and turn the light on as I enter the room, start recording, and then presumably turn it off when I leave. The other light is just near the camera, so there's 2 lights in there. And sort of to the side and about the same height as the kick drum, you see the bases of the stands. Those are my cardioid mic stands, and they're about that far apart. And they're spread out a little bit so that the one on the hi-hat side is aimed at the hi-hat, and the one on the floor tom side is aimed at the floor tom. It's not a super wide spread because it's not meant to be super crazy wide stereo. And then I've also got a third K47, Mini K47, right up against the kick. And I'm doing literally the opposite of what Bruce Sweetian wants. Because Bruce Sweetian, pop guy, he wants close mic'd everything, so he would have a where the fourth rototom is, you can count them a little bit, like 1, 2, 3, 4. The one where you can see the spidery braces in there. He would have a SM57, a selected one, about between those two, pointing down towards the drummer's left hip, basically. And a big thing dividing the hat from the snare. And what I'm doing for that kick drum that you see there, there's a double beaters, but I'm not really a good double kick player. It's just something that I've got. That is a Gretsch kick with fairly deadened heads. In fact, I've got those Evans damping things wired on to the batter side of the batter head. Like, you can't see it, it looks dark, but imagine if the drum head for the kick drum was an ambassador, was a white head. You'd still not be able to see it. It would still look like that because there are pads held up against that head on the outside, not the inside. And the inside is completely empty. It is a bare, empty Gretsch kick drum with the between the batter head and the resonant head is nothing. It is hollow. There is no padding. The padding is on the outside of the batter side, and the beater swings between pads that are wired to the lugs. It's hard to explain. And the resonant head is painted with gesso so that it's like one of your 60s rock or progressive rock band things where they'd have to paint the logo on the drum head. In particular, I think this is notable in some Nick Mason recordings where he had these ginormous drums, right? But there's elaborate mandolas painted on the resonator heads. And that just makes them be big, dark, rumbly things that you can't hear. And there's no hole cut in the resonant head. And then the inside of the bass drum, and one of my snares, not the one that you see, and all of my Gretsch toms, but not the rototoms, are lined with aluminum foil. Like the story is that John Bonham used to do that. And then what the aluminum foil does, it does not make the drums louder. It is a form of damping. When you hit the drum, the aluminum foil has to resonate and move. Maybe it crackles. Maybe you don't get that much of it. But that kick drum is lined with aluminum foil, and then there's nothing inside it. This is the opposite of the Bruce Sweetian. So let me go and turn that light back off and stop with it. Well, you could not ask for, go and re-refer to this if you, this is all, do you like the sound that I get? Otherwise, it's a bit of a moot point. That same sound, and funnily enough, me and Swedian ended up with some similar things. I'll tell you what they are. But as far as the way to treat the kick drum, no, absolutely not. We do the opposite thing. So I'm going after that sort of Keith Moon, John Bonham, Ginger Baker, heavy rock thing, where it's based on those olden days like big bands. Ginger Baker from Cream really came from your classic jazz drummer thing and your classic big band thing, where he was not doing that pop music sound at all. And I'd like to be able to bring that noise back. I don't hear it anymore. You don't get that anymore. So that's why I'm handling the drums the way that I am. And it also involves, you have to have a very heavy foot. Like, you can hear, if I do this, let me show you something. I have a cheap drum stool that I'm using as a practice pad. It's probably not safe to sit on. It's too flimsy. It's one of your, Amazon garbage pieces. It is a East Rock. I bet if you sat on it, it would fall apart. But I'm not sitting on it. I'm beating it up, which is all that it deserves. And so I can practice. That's just all with my left hand. And even if I put it some distance away, I can make a loud noise because I have pretty strong arms as far as playing drums with. But it's not as loud as a real drum. And the trick with doing the rock drumming bass drum, where it doesn't have a pillow and stuff in it, and you want to get that John Bonham, Ginger Baker, just heavy rock, low end on the kick, is there's no substitute for having a heavy foot. So I can tap on this to pretend that it's a ride or a hat. And that can be the snare. You can hear how different the volume level is between how hard I'm tapping on this. That's dynamics control. That's also something that you need if you're using that style. Same for if I'm playing it on here. And I'm starting to tap my foot because part of the practice with fooling around with that involves the kick drum. And it's quite a hard blow against the ground to make the sound that you'd need to do if you're replicating what you have to do on the drum kit. And then double bass for if I ever get good enough at playing double bass. And that's what you do for effectively using that kind of drum setup, which is the opposite of what Bruce Swedian would do. And so if you have drums and want to use them in that way, it's fun. It's a very good way of having a human style groove element happening, is being able to play an instrument and do that. But if you're trying to set it up with your big rock style wide open sound or anything resembling that, because my sounds are damped, but the drum is empty. you have to lay into it really hard. And Don Henley from the Eagles had some really interesting experiences along those lines. When he was recording early Eagles albums, he was recording with Glenn Johns, who had worked with the Rolling Stones and who had worked with The Who. And Don Henley does not play drums very loudly. So he was like, I want the bass drum to be louder. And Glenn Johns would tell him, if you want the bass drum to be louder, hit it harder. And Don Henley, this is in their History of the Eagles documentary, by the way. Don Henley is like, I hit it as hard as I could, but I still couldn't hit it as hard as John Bonham. And it was like, yeah, no, you couldn't. I believe he is a smaller man than John Bonham was as well. But there's also a less just forceful impact kind of thing going on there. Because one of the things, unfortunately, about Bonham was that he's a troubled individual. And there was a reason that he was bashing away. There was a bunch of issues that guy had. And it came out in his playing. But yeah, whatever Don Henley's demons might be, they are not the same as the John Bonhams. Funnily enough, they're kind of the same in some ways. Bonham was on alcohol and Henley was on cocaine, but it just doesn't get expressed the same way. So what Henley would need would be more like Bruce Swedian's kick drum setup. Get this. I was like, oh my God, reading about this. It was the opposite of what I'm finding to be useful. And the funniest thing is he insists upon doing this setup for the drums while the drums are mounted on a wooden platform, which is exactly what I found necessary. Just take a big old piece of plywood. Hey, Sebastian, take a big old piece of plywood and put it on some bricks and then set up the drum kit on top of that because it's an important part of the resonation of it. But when Swedian would set up drums, and he would not let the drummer get their own sound. It was like, no, it's going to be his sound, and that's all it's going to be. He would set up the drum kit on this plywood, right, and then put a cinder block in the bass drum. He would put a cinder block in a bass drum and wrap it in blankets and put it in on top of blankets. Although that guy, I don't think he would respect a drummer's drum kit, so that even if his assumption was put it directly in on top of the wood inside the bass drum, he would just do it. You know, like, is it going to make the bass drum be out of round from the weight of the cinder block? He wouldn't care. He doesn't care. He's just doing it because that's what he needs to do. And the blanket would be wrapped up around it, and then he would take off the resonant head completely and replace the resonant head with basically a giant quilt with a zipper in the middle of it. And put a microphone inside and zip it up. So this is somebody who wouldn't even let you have a resonant head, much less a rock-style bass drum where you have to lay into it really heavily and then it cracks. He wouldn't even let you have that. He would put a kick drum cinder block wrapped in blankets, and I saw a picture of it in this book, and it was completely hilarious. It takes up a large amount of the bass drum, it really does. But one thing that does is put in a amount of damping that is just staggering. That becomes such a dead kick drum. It's absolutely hilarious. It's like putting drywall for the batter head. There's no ability for anything to resonate in the slightest. It's hilariously dead. It's so dead that you'd have to put a cinder block in your bass drum to make it be as dead as that. Oh, wait, that's exactly what he's doing. And that's a lot of mass. And that is also mass that is the drum head has to resonate against blanket that's being held against a cinder block. Like, you really can't go much farther than that. There's really not much you can do. And of course, like Sweeter Than Anything says in chat, in both dense and loose forms. Yes, absolutely, well observed. Because not only is it a lot of mass in a dense form, in the form of the cinder block, but then he's using a actual blanket, which is not just being pressed up between the cinder block and the drum head. And remember, the other drum head isn't even a drum head. The other drum head is a duvet. It is a comforter. It is a quilt with a zipper in. Then the air inside the kick drum, you mentioned loose forms. It being a blanket rather than a pillow means that the looseness of that blanket fluffing off in every direction is also damping even the faintest resonant qualities of that acoustic space. So it's just beyond the overkill. It is ludicrous, hilarious, over-the-top overkill for just taking away everything about the bass drum. You might as well be hitting a piezo trigger. And that's part of Bruce Swedian's thing. And the thing that is funniest to me is the way in which he is. I mean, it's, go figure. This is the guy who insists that you not do EQ and you not do sound shaping, anything like that. Oh, interesting. Activated carbon pellets. I don't think I've ever seen those. This is the guy who goes on about, oh, you must never EQ. You don't do any EQ. You pick the perfect microphones, which all cost $20,000, and do all of this and that and the other thing. But then he is completely obliterating what a drum kit actually is and replacing it with his own concept of what that might be. And close miking all the elements of it so aggressively, even though his formative experiences were like big band drums. Big band drums, you didn't have a pillow in the kick drum. Maybe you had a felt strip stretched across it on either the batter head or the resonator head. Probably the resonator head, honestly. But with big band drums, you didn't damp them. They were supposed to be the loud part. They were like, the parade bass drum or something like that. It had to go boom because it had to make up a bunch of sound, and there were no PA systems. So you didn't damp those, you tuned them. And this is exactly what Bruce Swedian ended up completely doing the opposite of. He, rather than go, oh, hey, I could take this and let's gate the heck out of it and let's EQ it and so on. It's like, no, you must never gate things. You must never compress things. You must never EQ things. Let's just redesign the actual instrument. And it's like, okay, that's cool. That is very interesting. You can hear it plainly in all of his work. Like you hear, for instance, the start off to the song Billie Jean, and that's Bruce Swedian doing all of those things. The drummer for Thriller was cooperative. He would refuse to work with anybody who wasn't. So go figure. Like, if there was a drummer who was a great drummer, but he was like, no, dude, you can't put things inside my drums. This is my sound. He would just fire them and pick somebody that he could dominate. But, Crappy Blonde says he understood how to EQ the source. That's basically what the man was doing, was going and making the original sound being created to do what he imagined it should. Whether that be close mic the inside of the kick drum while replacing it with basically a shoebox, or whether that be experimenting with miking the snare on the side, which is closer to what I've ended up doing, and all of that kind of stuff. But what jumped out at me reading this, and the people gave this Reddit poster who was posting this book and going, this is the brilliantest man in the world, that fellow got a fairly negative response because eventual people were like, no, I'm going to compress. No, I'm going to EQ. Who are you to say that I shouldn't? That's dumb. Why are you saying that? And they had a point, because a lot of the stuff, Swedian would be talking about how everything has to have the natural transient attack, and so you can't compress because it makes the transient go away. But then listen to something like Squeeze Tempted. Picture that in your head if you know the song. It's been a popular song, but I hope you don't have to be as old as me to have that be really familiar. But Tempted is the song that starts like, dude, I can't sing it. I can't remember the lyrics. Tempted by Squeeze. Think about that one. It was a new vocalist doing the lead for that. And it has this amazing groove. Like, I bought a toothbrush, a toothpaste, a flannel for my face, pajamas, a hairbrush, new shoes, and a case. I said to my reflection, let's get out of this place. Except for a lot higher. That's the one. Came back to me. That song, listen to the snare drum of that song. See, that's compression. That's compression adding more transient. It is adding transient rather than taking it away. Swedian is thinking of really fast attacks for use of compression, but one of the most popular things to do, and when I compress, and I'm wondering now whether I need to compress as much as I do, I'm usually doing it with a slower attack, so that initial spike, that initial transient spike can come through. Sweeter's asking, how does he treat low and floor toms? I don't know. I can tell you one thing. So one of the useful things of grilling me for information is that I think of stuff that I've heard elsewhere or that I've tried, or both. There's a anecdote from Steely Dan world about how they were recording Rick Marotta for the track Peg. And Rick Marotta is along the lines of the Bruce Swedians as far as getting sounds in his drums. He was not a overwhelming, bash the crap out of everything drummer, although he is a heavy hitter, but he was not trying to get a rock and roll kick drum sound, except in the sense of Steely Dan's kind of like rock and roll. He was after something else. So, Fagan and Becker of Steely Dan typically had opinions. They were like, oh, you should set this up like this. Why don't you do that? Kind of like Swedian. Like, oh, we want to get this particular sound. Why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? When they met Rick Marotta, they were up against somebody who had his own ideas about how he could get a sound. He had a incredibly trashy, garbagey snare, which I'm trying to think of whether he played on Josie, but I'm pretty sure Josie is the example of the incredibly crappy, trashy snare spoken of, where they had a drummer who had an incredibly beat-up, horrible snare that was just garbage, but it recorded beautifully, and it made this like sound that was perfect. And so Marotta came in to record Peg, and setting up his drums and stuff, he was doing things similar to Bruce Swedian, where Bruce Swedian would be putting a cinder block in the kick. Marotta did whatever with this kick to much the same effect. But he wasn't damping. It was asked about toms. Marotta was not damping toms as much. He had them ringing out a little bit more. But he had the kick so completely damped down that it was very much like the Swedian kick, where there was nothing but that one spike and then it's instantly and totally gone. Well, Fagan and Becker mic up his kick, he's doing a test recording of it, and he sees them falling about laughing in the control room. And when he goes to check it out, they're like, yeah, look at this. When you hit the kick drum, the mics on your toms are ringing louder than the kick drum is. Rick Marotta said, trust me. And they let him have it. And that's what's on Peg. When you listen to the Steely Dan track Peg, you're hearing the sound of the kick drum just making that blip, making the, and that's it. And then the warmth around it is the toms resonating. So when you talk about how do you treat low floor toms, this is not necessarily, I mean, that's a good question. There's different snare sounds on every single thing. It's often the same deal of like innovative ways of damping drums. So it's very much the sound of the snare on Tempted is super compressed, so you have that incredibly sharp spike. It's clearer off of the vinyl record. Anything modern is typically just loudness ward and stuff, and you start losing that stuff. But the initial spike is extraordinarily hot, and then the k is, yes, indeed, very squeezed, very slamming, very compressed. And talking about the toms and things, that's an important thing to bear in mind. It's one of the things that I'm interested in for my current drum situation, if I ever get around to doing stuff. I've got some work to do first, but I've got all of those rototoms there in part to ring. I'm not really a good enough drummer to be Mr. Fill guy doing progressive rock fills all over the place. I like the way they look. I can play fills on them if I want. They exist, but those drums also serve as the additional resonators for the kick, for the snare, for the rest of the drum sound. They're like a mini reverb sitting right in there. And especially the kick drum, low/floor toms, like Sweeter Than Anything is asking about, is not only auxiliary boom in that you can do the thing if you've got your snare and then you got your toms, you can absolutely reinforce your foot on the kick. I can't actually flip sticks, I just dropped that one. You can, in fact, reinforce stuff, or you can hit a high tom and Mick Fleetwood does that on Dreams. The backbeat to that one, for at least some of it, if the high tom is here and the low tom is there, so you could be doing the reinforced kick, you've also got it going. The high tom being here along with the snare. Well, there you go again, you say you want your freedom. And he would hit the high tom as well as the snare for some of that stuff. Boom. So using, and this is like acoustic layering of samples. You don't have to simply do samples with like sample replacement and bringing stuff in and adding it. You can play stuff to reinforce things in drums. Anyway, so that's been my morning. I think this is probably a fine time for me to go and get another cup of espresso and get down to some work. So for now, we're going to tie that up, and here's our timer. Before that is done, I will be back with a cup of espresso. I'm back all the sooner with coffee grinder, though. And today's going to be about digging into some of the things that I'm exploring with that stuff. I've got a couple of experiments in mind. One of them is I'm interested to know whether I can do the discontinuity plugin with only one stage. But another one is I want to throw that processing into some of the reverbs. In particular, I can play with a variation on K Cathedral. I was looking, and we can do this with the version I've got sitting around K Cathedral Lite, because I'm doing a pitch shifty thing on there, which might also serve as a, because I have to do a delay line. Ha, I know, right? I have to do a delay line to do any modulation, and if I'm doing a delay line, that means I could also do the discontinuity effect, namely sound of loudness in air. So, mechanism. Hey. Ha ha ha. I guess you can hear me wrapping the... So what I do is I use that coffee grinder, and then I take it into the kitchen and wrap it on the counter, which I'm sure is what you're hearing, to knock the spare coffee grounds loose so that I can put them into the thingy. So, yeah. Anyways, here we are. And here we are. So let's see now. So there were a couple of things I was thinking of. And pretty sure one of them I can do just directly off of my existing build of discontinuity. I've done a change in that, by the way. This morning I was running around recompiling this because there was a little change that I was able to make. You'll see it here. See what was power input sample -1, meaning it goes from 1 to, well, it goes from very close to 1 to -1. In other words, audio frequencies that aren't distorted. Floating point means you could have the peaks be louder than that, but we're clamping them. Power input sample -1 means it goes 0 to -2, and silence ends up becoming -1. That multiplied by 0.5, so silence becomes negative 0.5, and it becomes, no, hang on. Whatever this is multiplied by itself makes everything be positive. Negative times negative ends up being positive. So the end result is 0 to silence being (0.5), except for it becomes 0.25, to the loudest possible output you can get out of it is 1. And in fact, I'm clamping it later. I'm making sure it doesn't go higher than 1. And that becomes the offset in our delay line. Well, I was fooling around yesterday for hours with a thing that I found. University of Washington, I think, did this thing where they wanted to determine... Let me see if I can find this somewhere. Where have I got it hiding? Bear with me, I'll sort this out. Look at this. Speed it up some things. That's what I found. Speeded up reformulations. So I could drag this over to my coding computer, honestly. It is from a project called Herbie. They use a little icon of the Volkswagen in the old, I guess, Disney film it was. It is a optimizer for floating point things. So what they do is they figure out ways in which you can reformulate complicated functions like this into something that is both more accurate and also sometimes faster. And I found that Console 6 did this, but this is also where I'm getting the recalculation and discontinuity, but I'll get to that in a moment. So you got Console 6 channel plus and minus. Looks like I have that. Nope, I have one of them. I've got them handled somewhat separately. The reason is that way is because I have to implement this for positive and negative, but they can be the same and just flip the polarity. So if you're doing this, If you need 1.0 minus power 1.0 minus x comma 2, and that's not that unlike what I'm doing with the, in this case it's this formula, Herbie figures out, oh wait, I could also do x times 2 minus x times x. No power function. And if you do that, it can be more accurate. There are calculations in here where you do like, I'm trying to figure out whether I've gotten any of them written down here. Some of this I do. I've got a version of console that's reformulated to use the golden ratio in its power functions because I wanted to see what that would do, and we can play with that. One of the things that it does is it makes it less intense, and console 6 is already a little too intense, so might be worth a try. And it does these things where it says like this. See how it says only golden ratio 8.5% accurate 1.0 times speed up. That's the initial one that I put in. I went, please come up with a alternate version of this, which is the same as console 6 channel here. This is what console 6 channel is made out of. Turns out, using the power function that way, not very accurate. It says 8.5% accurate. This is not accurate to what the original one is. This is accurate to what that math is supposed to do. Meaning, console 6 channel is about 8.5% accurate to what it wants to do. In particular, let me go and I'm going to go and find this. Give me a second. I feel like showing you this because it was such a big deal for me. Ta-da. So here is the thing I was telling you about, and we're going to actually play with it on stream. Herbie web demo. Check that out. You can write a formula, and this thing, which is running on the web, but you can also have it in your own computer, and it is from, oh, and it's going to log all of your formulas. It's fine with me. It's open source anyways. Console 6 channel in plus version. I'm going to have to take that semicolon out of there. And it will ask you, what's the range you want? And I'm going to ask it to do range of -1 to 1. Or you can have it look way farther than that. But I know that my audio stuff only matters between -1 to 1 typically. And here we are going to try to do better. Look at it go. And look at that. So here's our accuracy versus speed. This is what console 6 actually manages to do for like the clarity of its output. This is what it can be fixed to. Although note, as we get closer and closer to 1, that's -0.9001 to 0.8149, our error starts creeping up wildly. So in that case, what I think I would like to do is do that again. I've been having to reload the thing in order to do it, but that's fine. Like that. We don't need that final semicolon. And instead, let's do a big range and see what it does there. Range warning X, this is a single point. Oh. There we go. So I'm pretty sure that is now trying to do the widest possible range. And the people doing this, Here's their GitHub. I think their licensing is set up where you can't actually take their program and claim that it's yours or anything, but it's still pretty open. LicenseMD, their licensing is like their own version of license. So you can use, copy, modify. It's kind of open sourcey, but this is not a formal, it's not GPL. It's closer to MIT than anything else, really. This says nothing about what you do with the results of the program, but they are improving the error of floating point expressions. That's going to be useful for my work, because if I can make the floating point accuracy be better, the sound's likely to be better. And let's see now. I'm trying to find their credits, which is surprisingly hard. Therapy project. Oh, here we go. It's going to be some stuff in here somewhere. There we go. It's developed at UW-PLSE, University of Washington. And that's going to be some kind of computer lab. Here's the folks. Thank you. Thank you, folks, for doing this. And this is what they're doing. And there are improvements on a bunch of typical things that are being done on random double precision inputs by reformulating things the way that they want. So what we can do is take this formula, which is console 6 channel. And if it's 0.5, it's console 6 bus. This was, I think Torrid Grisol originally came up with this one and gave me a writing license to use it because they were just playing around in Mathematica. And we can see what it does on a much larger sample or scale it back again. And here we are. So what happens here is that it can be very inaccurate up to the point where it's -1 or 1, and then some of it is actually flipping out and giving me infinite results. So we've got variations on it, and they give multiple variations. For instance, this initial one, it's 53% accurate. I can go back and we'll fool with it yet again, but without the giantest of outputs. Oh, wrong. I made a simple mistake. 1.0 times blah blah. This is what I wanted. And we initially did it from -1 to 1. That's audio output. Crappy Blonde, bear in mind that a lot of this is over my head as well. Like for this, let's start with what does E mean here? This is scientific notation. I've dealt with this before. In fact, it's showing up on my coding stream. You can see E here as well. In this input sample, if input sample is less than this with an E in it, input sample equals this with an E in it. And then I don't think we don't have as many E's here, but we've got some. E means move the decimal point this much. So when we've got 1E3, it means move the decimal point this much. That means if we have 1.0000000, and we do 1E3, it goes 1, 2, 3. Boop. And then, so much for that. That just means 1,000. 1E3 means 1,000 in scientific notation. Because you see, what they need to be able to do is do 179 million, million, zillion, billion, million, million, kabillion, or whatever it is when you move the decimal point 308 places. And that's why the E is there. The E is scientific notation. Now, we fooled with that, and there were a lot of infinite answers. So what we're going to do is run this thing again. It's 1 minus power 1 minus x to the second power. And that's what's in console 6 channel. Console 6 bus is the same thing, but 0.5, the power of 0.5. And when we run this, it'll try to make it better. And we'll see also some interesting things. This time we didn't get a lot of infinity out of it, but you'll notice something interesting. Here it says -1. There it says like 9e plus 02, so that's like 900 or so. I'm not sure if it's showing a helpful, but this is the error. So we've got an interesting thing going on here. What we've got doing it this way means that there is a audible discontinuity of some kind in specifically console 6 that's not part of the math that makes it go together. Oh, okay, thank you. I do the best I can with this stuff, but this is what you wanted to see. I'm on the Herbie website. Thank you for pointing that out. You can be very patient with me. I love it when people are like, I don't know how I can keep up with Chris's amazing genius when I'm like derping about all over the place. Remember that. If anything is very impressive about what I'm doing, remember how many times I mess up when trying to show you. So, we did, let's redo that then. Reload it, and we'll walk through the same steps that I thought I was showing people. I'm going to need to throw another log on my fire too, but. And we punch in this, and that is, all of the stuff that I was, let me walk through that again. So there's the algorithm that is console 6 channel. It's doing like a distortion that you can do a complementary distortion to undo, and that's like with the sine and the arc sine and stuff. That is like the ability to do what console does, a encoding a saturation and then undoing it again to provide a sound. This is the kind of math that I do that with. What we've got here is numbers, for instance, 1 or 0 or whatever, and that's what it's going to check. And we had done one where it was maximum amounts possible. And when we did that, it was like, a bunch of these are actually infinite. Are you sure you want that? And so we're not doing that. But when we do just 1 to -1, that's normal, but we're not seeing what happens when we go beyond that. So I thought what I'd do is larger numbers, and then I thought it would be worth explaining what scientific notation was. I'll repeat that briefly. When you got E in there, and that's why I switched over to coding stream. I was switching over to coding stream to show you that there's E here as well. 118E minus 17 means decimal point goes that away. There's like 17 zeros, or actually I think it's more like 16. on the end of that, and then 118. So it's a very small number. Same as if it's like minus 23, it's 23 zeros on the other side. So this time we go back to the Irby site. So if we do 1E3, supposing we've got 1, right? We're starting with that. And you go E3, right? So you go 1, 2, 3, or actually no, 1, 2, 3. Boop. That's what 1E3 means, that a decimal point moved over 3. So 1E positive 3 means go this way, means 1,000. So we just get to do 1,000. Or it can go 9 over, or it can go 308 over for a really, 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 really large number. And they're displaying it in this sort of logarithmic way. And we improved that with Herbie. And we see that my original code for console 6 has a really interesting thing going on with it, which is not right. It's anybody's guess as to how audible that is, but notice how the accuracy is getting worse and worse as it approaches 0. I would love to be able to change the meters of this. But we can see that my code that is supposed to be accurate is in fact only 9.3% accurate. And that's what's in the shipping version of console 6. So what I feel is that inaccuracy as it approaches 0 is a known quantity. In audio terms, inaccuracy as you cross 0 is crossover distortion. And it is known back when they were first designing Class AB amplifiers, or Class B amplifiers rather. You started getting transistor amplifiers to replace the older tube amplifiers that were like single-ended. And you'd have higher power transistor amplifiers, and audiophiles would be playing with those rather than their old tube amplifiers. But some of them would go, oh man, this is terrible. It sounds grainy and flat and two-dimensional and there's no depth. Something is horribly wrong. And other people would go, oh, you're stupid and you just like your old tube amplifiers. You like the amount of distortion that it makes. Go away. Because audiophiles do that to each other as well as like scientist-minded people do to audiophiles. Here's the thing though. Well, here's one thing, and let me go and throw another log on my fire while I do this. I've got more firewood. It's not all going to run out, but I am going through it. This is a cold snap for end of February. I'm not sure what I'm going to do during the summer when there is no longer a fire to tend while making these live streams. Probably I'll just start doing music and get locked into that. There we go. And you can see that's catching. Throw the damper on and back to work. Herbie could improve old plugins, yes. What I'm looking at here, this percentage accuracy and how far off it is. Understand, the audio waveform goes usually between sort of these extremes through here, at every frequency. Like this, if you're looking at your signal in your DAW, imagine this turned sideways. This blue line is what accurate would be. This red line is what's in console 6. And the way it's set up, there's our -1, there's a 9E plus 02, so that stretches out here a little bit. You can see it's sort of departing there. An interesting thing to note is that that blue line departs from perfect accuracy like in a couple of places. It claims to be perfectly accurate, and yet I see discontinuities there, and I'm not really quite sure what that's about. It claims to be 100% perfect. But the closer we get to, like, see, this is -E minus 51, 102, 150, so it's about 50 decimal places. So this is about 25 decimal places. This is kicking in very quickly. This is falling off from accuracy very quickly. And that means that Console 6 has crossover distortion. Console 6, as signals sweep through the middle of the waveform, ceases to be accurate. Like there is some kind of departure here, and it gets even more extreme as it literally gets to 0. It's like that is a tiny sort of tick-like noise. It's literal crossover distortion. It's getting more inaccurate as we get closer and closer to 0, and then getting accurate again as it goes away from 0. So that departure has to be in one direction or the other. Either direction is wrong. And what we've got here is alternatives, ways of recoding it, that are not only 100% accurate, but are 15 or 21.2 times faster. You can do x times 2 minus x squared. You can do, apparently, x times 2.0 minus x, and that will work, as long as your variables are correct. I have told it to do a 100% accuracy over like -1000 to 1000. Also note that they will do a accuracy calculation that's funny. For instance, the initial program there, that's all well and good. Alternative 1, that's the one that's going to be interesting. And that's the one where I'm pretty sure I still have to... Console 6 doesn't work unless you treat the negative and positive pole separately, which is what it does. So I'm pretty sure I'm going to have to keep that. But they do offer a alternative 2, which is 97.1 accurate and is even faster, and that's x times 2. So that completely removes the entire point of the plugin. So you can't necessarily go by everything Herbie suggests. There are other calculations that it does where it's like, okay, here is this, and here is that, which is 5 times faster. This is 10 times faster, and here is another alternative that is 300 times faster, which the output is just x equals 1. Go figure. But this is what I was fooling with yesterday. And what we're going to do is maybe play with that a little bit, although I am also wondering, firstly, here's what I've got with this. And there's the formulation of it. So I can test that separately. We'll see what it makes out of this. And that is the inverse of console 6, done as its own little piece of program. And it's a very similar looking result. That is interesting in that we have FMA is a multiply add thing, which I am not sure I have. I can probably find out though in my antique version of Xcode. So this is actually a math function that I'd only discovered about yesterday. You'll notice that in the actual code, what it says is 1 times speed up and 100% accurate rather than not. But FMA means a 1 instruction multiply add operation, and it does appear to be present in this. Let's just randomly build this, even though it's going to break everything. We do have to build it the first time just to make sure that it works. It'll work the next time, if FMA is a thing. So we can apparently do this, and it will actually work. So I do get to use FMA if I want. Again, FMA is a single instruction multiply add. You give it 3 things, and it gives you 1 thing back. And the thing that it gives you back is first thing times the second thing plus a third thing, which is what we see here when it says FMA. So it's nice to know that that exists. If it exists in this version of Xcode, it will exist in everything. So that's cool. Now I know. It's even possible that I can use it for stuff. I mean, it's apparently much more accurate than the previous way I had this set up, so that's neat. It's more accurate while actually not being, like, as we can see here, here's the original calculation of this. The other one that I didn't actually try to use FMA for it. So this is a separate way of doing it, apparently. And is 100% perfectly accurate going through 0, as opposed to the way I have it set up with the power and stuff. But it's not a speed up. But this is. And then 97.2 accurate is not actually doing the thing. So, and I'll show you another cool thing, which is Herbie gives you code. Boop. 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 So this is the code that is in console 6. And I can just put this in its place. I've already tested this out. I trust Herbie. I have trusted this because I worked it out sort of on paper and figured out that yes, when it claims to do a thing, it appears to actually do the thing, plus improving the accuracy of the floating point calculation. So what we can do is just grab this 21 times speed up. FMA is apparently only a 1 time speed up, but with much better accuracy. But then we also get same accuracy and 21 times faster. And that's what I'm doing in the reformulated version of continuity. I never use these things as just this little function. I just skip the function part. So there's what that does. Let me make sure I'm doing all this right. And this is the bit that I just copied out of there. They'll look a little different from each other, but I wrote that in the wrong place. I'll get there. Give me a second, I'll make sense of this all. And so I've copied over these bits. We're taking the one with the 21.2 times or 21.4 times speed up. And then we can just kind of remove that. And there is our Herbieized versions for console 6 channel. We got to change this bit to this, and then this bit to this. Hey, Dukruff. Which then brings us to the question of what can we do with console 6 bus? Pardon me while I derp around here for a while. Again, I keep telling you guys I'm a complete idiot, but I'm curious and willing to try, so there's a lot to be said for that. So I've now conglomerated that down into a small chunk of information, and this is the revision of console 6 channel. That's something I can do going forward. That's something I can do today. And now I want to do the same thing for console 6 bus, and let's see what it does, because it might be doing something different than I expect. I've already done a little bit of this experimenting. So let's see. Let's start over. Let's delete that stuff and see what we can get out of these algorithms. Making sure that I'm still showing what I'm doing. And we'll go back here and we'll reload it. And we're going to do from -1000 to +1000, because like I said, if we use that formulation with the scientific notation, that's what the scientific notation means. So we're telling it, give me this exact formula, make it work for -1000 to 1000, that's probably going to be fine. And show me what you can do. Honestly, I'm happy that all of the console channel versions gave massive speed ups. This might not actually give me one. I remember fooling with it. And see, it's even less accurate. We've got this accuracy thing. It starts to become wildly inaccurate very quickly. But we've got little formulas going on. And then we've also got approximations. And I'm not sure if I'm happy with the approximation, but remember one interesting thing about the approximations. That doesn't necessarily make it sound worse. These are all just different ways of shaping the sound. It's possible that one of the approximations sounds better than what I'm doing. That said, the accurate version exactly replaces what was there. And then also bearing in mind, this approximation is garbage. So this is not helpful. We're not going to just take the output and multiply it by 0.5. Even if it is a really good speed up, that's not going to be a thing. So, what have we got? We've done our calculation. I find this weird. The fact that it draws these lines sort of coming up this way and then perfectly flat and then going down this way. It seems weird to me. You can do the specification. And it's in 64-bit, which is good. That's what I want. And then there is my initial code. That is, in fact, the code for Console 6 bus positive version. It's going to be interesting to see how many of these are wildly different. And here are some of our options. We could do x times 1 divided by 1 plus square root 1 minus x. That's weirdly complicated. Or we could do x divided by 1 plus square root 1. Why do we even have the multiple? Yeah, some of these things we do not need to have a square root function like this. We've got parentheses around 1 minus x inside the square root function. We do not need to have that. It will evaluate that before applying the square root. So that, I don't get it. And then we've got the rough approximation. And the thing to bear in mind with these approximations that are not actually correct, it is possible that, like, this is what I learned in Console 0. Remember Console 0? Remember how Console 0 had its own kind of sound? Part of the idea of Console 0 was doing an approximation of a sign without as many calculations. And that would be along the lines of like 98.7 or maybe even less accurate. So we have a whole range of possibilities here, all of which will give me something. And these are all variations on this process. This is particularly interesting. Do you notice something about this? Actually, no, they're both the same. X times negative 0.5, that's a shifting of bits calculation, that is. So is this, though. So they are 98.7 accurate, but the intermediate calculations are being done using shiftings of bits, which I feel has its own qualities going on as far as retaining and not requantizing stuff. That's interesting. Also, do you notice that they're both equally fast, but one of them is a tiny bit more accurate than the other? The x divided by 2 plus x times negative 0.5, that's slightly more accurate than x times 125 plus 0.5. There's a thing. That could almost be a good enough reason to use it. And then, of course, we have the 35 times speed up of x times 0.5, which is not going to be useful. So let's get some of this stuff down. These are all equally accurate. They're all equal speedups. Except for this seems to have an additional stage, so I don't know why that would count as exactly the same speedup as the other. Maybe because it's just slower to do the divide, but we do have an extra multiply, and this only has a divide, and the rest of this is the same. So I don't understand why this would be faster or not. I don't understand why this would be not slower. There's an extra calculation here that's not here. That doesn't make any sense to me. And they're both doing the divide by 1 plus the square root thingy, which could in theory produce a divide by 0. But I don't think it's going to be providing, like I'm not going to be feeding it 0, so it isn't going to matter. Probably. Well, we'll find out when we start trying to put it into action. Anyways, there's the thing, is now I have a couple of options here. So we're going to copy that as the 100 times accurate form of console bus plus. Let's take those returns away too. And that should be exactly the same. The thing that I said before, you shouldn't need to do this. I don't know whether, like, they're giving code, so does that mean you do have to do it? Do you have to put an extra set of parentheses in here? I feel like you should not. Like, you should be able to do that. And then it will be the same, because they are contained within parentheses of the square root function anyway. I guess we'll find out. And then here is our speedups, and here is the one that is slightly more accurate. Not perfectly accurate, but again, console 0 is an inaccurate sign approximation. So if console 0 sounds better because it's doing less math, this is another path to taking console 6 and doing roughly what console 6 is about while doing less math. That's also the same as what's happening in the console 6 channel plus and minus. Except for in that case, it's 100% accurate. In this case, the offset becomes an approximation. Let's try the negative version. Crappy Blonde, that depends on the DAW you're using. That is the only answer I've got for you. Because it's completely dependent upon what DAW you're using. Some DAWs will let you reset an adjustment back to default. Some DAWs will have different things, like you can double click on them, you can alt click on them. I think in Logic, if you option click, you can do fine adjustments. I know in some things that it lets you do that. It's whatever the DAW does with its generic implementation. And if it lets you do that on one of them, it will let you do that on all of them with the same kind of control. So let's see. Boop. Wait, is that what I wanted? Yep. Yep, that is correct. And we'll do it from -1,000 to 1,000. And let's see what we got. Funnily enough, that one actually starts out as being perfectly. For whatever reason, that particular form of it, it's quite happy with. So there's our initial code. Oh, but we do get approximations. We do get some approximations. So there's our perfectly accurate, and then we've got a couple of other possibilities. And there's one that has 2 factors, and here's one that has only 1, and then here's one that is completely primitive that we don't want. Or we could just return 2. How would that be? That's a very good speed up. Very good speed up for just no audio anymore. It's just 2. The answer is 2. The answer is 42. It's the answer to life, the universe, and everything. So there we go. But in all cases, this passes through 0 without any distortion. Interestingly, this implies that if it is a positive and a negative lobe of the waveform, like some of it we're doing the positive calculation, some of it we're doing the negative calculation. If we're doing the negative calculation and it's always perfect, and then we're doing the positive calculation and there's this big red line that goes down to here, and the closer it is to 0, the more error there is, that means we always have a discontinuity passing through 0, because it's going to switch from the accurate one to the inaccurate one, meaning there's a little tick every single time. That's terrible. This definitely needs to be fixed. So here's what we've got. 1.0 plus power 1.0 plus x, comma 0.5. There we go. That is, in fact, perfectly accurate. Here's another possibility with using the square root. Let me try that again. So let's see. Boop. Yeah. If anybody knows logic, by all means, please help crap people on. That's the thing, is I don't know if there is such a thing. The things that I know that sometimes do that are sometimes double-clicking. Option clicking is more likely to give you fine controls, and there may not be a return to default in logic. I forget. I've been using Reaper. So let's see. So we got a couple of different approximations going on. This is already a good speed up. I'm not sure if I really need to do even less accurate than that. Because, yeah, that doesn't seem right. Oh, you're not disturbing me. That's part of what I do these streams for. Also, if these don't match, that means it's a odd harmonic, which has its own uses. So that might be a good, or I can include both of the approximations. How about? Because this looks kind of familiar. And it's an even better speed up, which is not necessarily to say that that's what I want, but look at that. It's a very similar behavior. So these two, x divided, oh, no, wait, no. It only looks like it will be a very similar thing, but it's actually not. So let's not bother with that then. Let's use slightly different approaches. And then lastly, let's go through and do the same thing, but with the variation that I was thinking of trying, which is this golden ratio version. Because you can do a... also note that I did one for console 7 channel. None of my returns are actually that close to what it would be. But it's a complicated little calculation there. We did that. We did a whole bunch of stuff in there. And I even did one for spiral. It's just that the one for spiral seems interestingly weird. It's a moderate speed up, but it seems weird. I know, right? You gotta try the golden ratio on things. So who can say, we'll walk through all of this kind of stuff, because this is a fine way for me to spend time drinking coffee, answering questions, and I'm sharing some of my experimenting process with you. I'm kind of walking through this again and making it so that I will have an easier time of making sense with it. We've got console 6 channel and console 6 bus versions to fool with. So we're going to need to do multiple versions of each of these. So plus version, minus version, plus version, minus version. These all have to go through at perfect accuracy at 0 to not produce a kind of distortion that's the last kind I want. So this could be a big jump in performance here. We might even be onto something. It might be worth, like, I'll have a console 9 and then can move on from there if people find that interesting or if it is useful. No update on the ASR10, no. So let's see, the minus. Plus is done as let's see now. So 1 minus, oh, hang on. Do I even have that right? It feels not right. I feel like I don't have that right. Let's take a quick look into the actual code base and see what we got. No, I don't want to rename that. Console 6 bus. That's what my concern is. Haha. Found a bug. Again, with the pluses and minuses, that actually needs to be either a positive waveform is 1 minus the thing, or if it's a negative waveform, it's -1 plus the thing. So, positive 1. Negative needs to be -1 plus the thing. I need to go and check and make sure whether that bit actually is doing what I thought or whether I just got it wrong. So back to square one a little bit more, and we will walk through all of this stuff over and over again until we get it right. Is this going to give me the same that I thought it was? Or is that a mistake that has given me wrong equations? We can find out pretty quickly. Sweeter than anything, I own an ARSR10, bought specifically for the purpose of making plugins that will give people sounds like what that is. It struggles to find a place in what I do, and there's a lot of time, but much like I made the Z filters, that's something that can happen. I will tell you legit and honestly whether or not that's moving forwards or not. Right at the moment, that is not actually the -1. That's crazy. That's crazy. So I think some of this is actually changing. Oh boy, yes it is. So, console 6 bus minus, which was not correct when I did this. It looks much simpler. Well, there's a reason for that. Actually, it needs to be this. And minus -1 is the same as +1. The approximation is going to be different too. Which one was closer? In this case, this one's more accurate. Oh, but is that the one we're using? Oh, no, it's going to be that one. Or is it? This one's slightly more accurate, but this one's quicker. Which do you choose? Oh boy. Okay, we're trying to figure this stuff out. I don't really understand how these things work. No, it's these ones. How about we use this one? It's supposed to be a tiny bit more accurate. And it's nearly as good of a speed up. Or we could do x times 0.5, that's a very good speed up. Maybe not. So there's our negative. We wanted that to be there. Minus -1 is the same thing as +1. And yeah, that the way that kind of matches this, I kind of like that similar behavior. There's a certain harmoniousness to how they look similar. I hope the ASR 110 that I've got doesn't give me service liabilities. Last I tried it, it was working okay. It doesn't really fit in with what I do, so it's hard to imagine what to do with it. That makes additional problems. It particularly, like, one of the things, I'm almost certainly going to have to approach the sampler process through making a console version dedicated to the idea of a sampler. And it might not actually have that much to do with the ASR 10. Like, having one might not even be relevant to what I do. I might be more likely to get that sound not through using an ASR 10 myself, doing stuff that I never do, but through studying things like Paul's Boutique. And it might not produce a specific result so much as the general sense of classic era sampling. So, because that's the thing, is it's not about trying to exactly clone a particular device so much as it is give me the vibe of Sgt. Pepper's coming off of the vinyl record. Give me the vibe of, like, David Bowie's Station to Station coming off of the record. Give me the vibe of Paul's Boutique coming off of the record. And I have the record of Paul's Boutique. So it's almost certainly going to be more like incorporate all of the things that have to do with that workflow to produce the result that people want when they think they're asking for, give me a really accurate version of this hardware emulation. We can but try. So here is my next set of, and in this one we didn't actually use approximations for some of these things, but with this, boy, is it going to need approximations. Whoop, mistake. These are all going to have approximations. Because these are all way harder to do. But I will tell you, I was playing around in Mathematica on the web, because that's where Torgrisel initially showed me the Console 6 code. In its original, less accurate power formulation. That's what Torgrisel was able to bring. And it produces these two complementary waves along a diagonal thing that apparently depart about equally from each other, so they cancel each other out, and that's the desired thing. If I then switch it to either golden ratio starting from 1 or golden ratio starting from 0, what I get is complementary curves that don't go all the way to a distorted point. It is subtler, but it still does a thing. So I feel like one of the things I'm going to want to do is grab the full expansion of it and see what we can get out of that. Just in case it turns out to matter. Oh, and I also believe I need to fix parts of this. Console 6 channel. Positive wave is 1.0 minus, but negative wave is 1.0 plus. So we got that part fixed, but this part is not. So now we've got approximations for a golden ratio style. And these are all very inaccurate, as it plainly says. And now let's see what Herbie is able to make out of these, and whether we can get some nice little approximations that will produce the end result, because it'll show you a little bit of what our end result is out of this. Like, here is our positive swing for this. And isn't that interesting? We're not actually getting to 100% accurate, because what we're doing is we're having this extraordinary, I mean, that's wild. And it's impossible to get to that, so what we're doing is we're dealing with the inaccuracies, and it's able to produce one that's perfectly accurate, sweeping through zero, unlike the beginning. But it's departing. The point at which we distort is going to act interesting. How, you might ask? Well, it all depends upon what math functions we're using. And if we're using simpler algorithms that don't have discontinuities to them, we're going to get a smoother result. It might depart from what the perfect calculation of that golden ratio power function is. But if it doesn't throw in a discontinuity at zero, it's actually better. I'm going to take a moment to remove the FMA thing that I have in here. Because this was a separate thing I was going to experiment. We'll get over to that later. I wanted to see what happened if I stripped out all of the stages of discontinuity, and whether I would get a similar sound by just cranking it up. Which may or may not be true. If it's true that it sounds different by just cranking up one stage, that implies that I could run more stages to have even more of an effect. And since I have used Herbie to hack on the equation for discontinuity and got a 10 times speed up, that means I could have 40 stages if I wanted, and it would run just as well as it did starting out. We shall see. But this is what we're looking at right now. Red line gets replaced with the blue line. Red line gets more accurate as we get closer to 1. Blue line starts to collapse and scream and die as soon as it goes beyond 1. But that is where our distortion factor kicks in. So we're just looking at a different wave there. We're just looking at a different behavior. We've got some calculations that are a third as fast. That's interesting. All of our calculations are way slower. And then this is messy. But that's actually multiplied by 0.5. And, interesting, Or we can just multiply it by the golden ratio. Gotta love that. I'm kind of staring at all of these things and figuring out what I can do with them. So I like the idea. I mean, I see no reason why I can't use this FMA for something. The question becomes, what's worth doing here? And it's very inaccurate, this, but we can have very accurate or somewhat less accurate as a treat and see what we can get. And here's one where we're doing a bunch of interesting, we're doing multiple FMAs. It's way slower, but what's it going to do sound-wise? And is it going to match anything else we're doing? These are apparently about the same. But it's using FMA versus not using FMA. No real benefit, by the way. Let's just use that. Man, will you look at that? Copy and ain't that cute? And I bet we can have this not be here. Boop. Add that much. There's not going to be an effective difference, I think. So there's one possibility. Here's another possibility, also based on FMA. And then we're going to insist on at least 99.1 accuracy. Cute how they have like a slightly larger parenthesis. Won't have it here though. So here's another possibility. Same deal with that. I also think it's neat how folks are watching this from all over the place. I have no idea what time it is where you are for any value of you that is here. So there we go. And then here's another one. All of these are just slightly different every single time. That's fascinating to me. So let's select our C calculation here, and we'll see what we can get out of yet another possibility. Got a couple of different possibilities in there. like 3 stages, 2 stages, roughly 1 stage. You can kind of see what it's doing here in that this is very similar to this. You can see the same numbers showing up, and this has yet another factor in here. And then this is the simplest version of all that. So these are all different kinds of approximations. They are all going to cross 0 at about the same place, though, unlike the original. And they're all going to depart from in the distortion zone in different ways. Like they're departing from the original before we even get to -1 or 1, which is kind of wild. It's not actually showing me what it should. Next up, let's see what we get on the negative side. Here is the negative calculation of a console 6 channel based on the golden ratio. You know something? We can do a Jimi Hendrix reference here. Because if console 6 gets fixed, and then I do the one that's based on the golden ratio, making it a different one, we could call that console 9, like the Jimi Hendrix track off of Axis Boldest Love, if 6 was 9. I don't mind. I don't mind. You know, if anybody's heard that one, it's slightly a deep cut. It's also a track that has a terrific backbeat. I should listen to it again sometime. Looks about right. Yeah, Volkomis knows that one. Whack! Mitch Mitchell, man. That's a fantastic track. And this one's even less accurate. Oh my god. This one's wildly inaccurate. Okay, this one's going crazy with math now. It's able to be 100% accurate, but at what cost? I wonder if my program can even do this. If the old Snow Leopard version of Xcode can do it, then any of the more recent ones can. Oh, I guess we have a answer then. If everybody is thinking about that, then that should be console 9. It should be made out of console 6, but with the golden ratio included, with all of this stuff that we got going on in here. That sounds just perfect. What it will sound like, I don't know. But I can absolutely do it. Not only that, we can do it accurately, with no crossover distortion. And that should be nice. Thanks to Herbie. So here we are. I love it. It's talking nonsense to me. It is babbling. And then that is just hilarious. That is just like, oh yeah, multiply it by the golden ratio and we're done. We're not using that one, thank you. Wow. Or multiplied by the golden ratio plus literally half of x. That's wild. Didn't see that one coming. Alrighty. Don't know whether that's going to work, but it's supposed to be accurate. Man. Go figure. It's not even an approximation. That is like the one that's correct. It's literally correct. It's slower. It's not as fast to calculate, but it's super duper correct. Go figure. I'm going to change what it says. And then this being the one that's actually an approximation. I love it. Weird math and expressions I've never seen before. Expm 1 log 1p x times exactly the golden rate. That's beautiful. I don't know what it means, but it's beautiful. Before 23, absolutely use the discontinuity. This one right here that we worked on the last stream, that should do it. Fascinating. So, got the other lobe of console. Oh, you know, I could just flip phases and use that for both sides. It's slower, but man, if that isn't attractive to me. That you can do this complicated little mess of math, and the only constant in there is literally the golden ratio. Boom, right there. What I mean by I can flip it is we can just do that calculation, and then if it's the positive swing of the waveform, just invert it and invert it back when you're done. Easy peasy. So having got there, we'll totally use that. Look at that. That is adorable. Now let's see what we get out of the bus version and whether we have anything comparable to look at. Do we have any other amusing twists to our mathematics? Gotta love Herbie for this. It's able to do surprising things. I mean, what I love is that it's giving me this answer where I don't even know what the damn things do. It's math functions I've never seen before. That doesn't worry me because I don't insist upon. Oh, that does not actually get perfect. Sure doesn't. It gets better, but it doesn't get perfect. Oh man, messy. We got an FMA version. Let's stack up space for approximations. If any of these end up being the perfect answer, then I will use it, and we'll just convert everything to negative or whatever. This is the positive version. So if this is the positive version for the inverse, we can do that, which looks very messy, and it's all being done with power functions. It's just a succession approximation. They could go in inverse order and be like, okay, start with what we started with and then continue going from there. You can see why this is like 0.3 times speed up. And this looks like much messier, although it does include the golden ratio in there once. Boop. Or, oh look, we have yet another variation on an FMA. To think that I didn't even know what that was until yesterday. And then we're not going to bother with this because this is too primitive and this is way too primitive. Go figure. All of a sudden we're using FMA left and right. So it's a multiply add. Oh, you were not familiar with what we were doing, Folkamus? This is a thing called Herbie. What it is about, what it is for, is finding places where your floating point numbers, not even the way that I use where floating point numbers need dithering. This is finding places where floating point numbers literally break and produce like nasty little discontinuities, and reformulating the mathematics until it will do it in the correct way without making the problems. It is legit. This is totally legit. For instance, 1.0 minus power 1.0x to the power of 0.618 golden ratio. You can make that. You can do that as a calculation. I have asked it to do so. If you do that, as you pass through 0, you start to get increasing amounts of error. Also when you are to 1, apparently. And if you have error as you're going through 0, that's going to happen very frequently. Any sine wave you pass through there is going to have a little bit of a scrape as it passes through 0, especially if it's switching from different accuracies as it passes from negative to positive. Red represents the original program. This is a modified version of the math from console 6, and what this does is it reformulates it until it is this blue line. The blue line passes through 0 perfectly. Perfectly. And by that I mean not really. But if it was 100%, it would be perfectly. It doesn't necessarily improve CPU usage. Sometimes it improves CPU usage, but in this case, to get to this blue, it's 3 times slower. This is not improving CPU usage, but it is improving accuracy for values this small. That is not to say that it is audible, but it is in the direction of being audible, in that if you can hear stuff with 51 zeros behind it, or indeed, let's see, 150, if you can hear stuff at the 25 zeros behind it point, which you may or may not be able to do, you will hear where it drops down to the lowest accuracy. If you can only hear stuff with a few zeros, like 150, say 10 zeros, you're around here, and this is the point at which it starts to fail. Like around where it crosses over between these two forms of inaccuracy. And it's wild the way this works out, because part of it is this is also representing what actual numbers there are. So like if I had a sine wave thing going on here and I was trying to compare it against straight, the accuracy would drop to very low as it approaches 1 because you'd be putting distortion on. The fact that this departs from 100% is not automatically bad. But stuff departing from 100% near here is always bad. Linearity passing through this point is always going to be better than nonlinearity passing through this point. And stuff up here, that's just your saturation or anti-saturation. That's like the flavor of what it does and how smoothly you can go through these stages. Whether you can go into the saturation smoothly or whether you go into the saturation and you have like little discontinuities. Those discontinuities will count as a problem. So how much of this have I got now? I've got 3. That's enough. Now we're going to try this one, which, if it parallels what happened with the channel version, we might get a crazy x boom log 1 x blah, 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 or even a very simple one. We'll see. Wouldn't that be exciting? It's not impossible that it will just generate that same equation again, but with 0.6 instead of 1.6. And we're going to find out. If it does, I'm not going to even worry about whether it runs slowly. We're just going to take it and use it. And I'm getting ready for grabbing another cup of coffee time because it's getting close to noon. It'll be time to run around doing that stuff. Ah, we do have 100%. Hi, look at that. Look at that. Got there. Okay, that made things simple. We have a console 9. Console 9 with the crazy looking math. Who knew? You can literally just take this math function and use it. Wow. None of the rest of this matters. This is the only part that matters. It is 100% accurate. It is a small and arcane looking freaky variable. And you do the opposite part like this. This is how you get the opposite side. You just have to calculate it as negative. And there you go. Just always flip it. Same with this. Go figure. Will you look at that? That's really quite something. I wonder if it would do the same thing in console 6. We're not trying to make it do that for console 6 though. Never mind that nonsense. We just do this. Boop. That's going to be console 9. Fancy that. Straighten this stuff up and we'll put it into practice. By the end of the day, I'll be hearing it, and since it does perfect cancellation, I'll be hearing it and it won't sound any different than purest console, but at some point, yeah. Oh no, I don't think it's Yeah, probably could. Yeah, probably could do it at 3 layers. I don't know why people get so excited about 3 layers. I wondered whether, since it doesn't saturate very hard, you could do it as console channel going into the sub as another layer and then coming out of, like, whether you can stack them in that way. And I do not know. Oh, you shouldn't have to need 4 layers. What are you doing? What are you doing? And let's just take a minute and type in some of these things. That is a 1, unless it's an L. Oh, looking good. Looking good. Hang on, do I need these stacks of parentheses? I don't think I do. And the end result will end up looking kind of like this. Both of those weird math things seem to exist in this antique compiler. And we can build it, and it worked. So this is going to work. And it should be able to flip it. If we have a positive value, it needs to be made negative to work. And it does. We'll expand the golden ratio out quite a ways. Beautiful. So let's see. Let's save that, and let's bounce back to our camera for long enough for me to throw another log on the fire, and then the other camera long enough for me to make a cup of coffee, and then we're going to do all this stuff and see what it does. I'm kind of excited. I didn't know this would lead me to this. This is some wild stuff right here. Arcane mathematical incantations to do mysterious and strange things. And a form of saturation which I don't think anybody's done. Complete with the special power of passing through 0 with extremely high accuracy compared to some of this other stuff. What is not to like, I tell you. Goes. Go on. Go on. Get going. Very good. Very good. More. Awesome. Good. Alrighty. 11:47. Let's see what we can get out of this. Back in a moment with my coffee grinder, most likely. Taking me a little bit longer, but I had to make a pit stop. Still making very good time clockwise. Here's the thing. I want to find out whether this method generalizes. We've got this, so we can do this math. And if we put in golden ratio or inverse golden ratio, we get offered this as a solution. It's literally the same as long as we're working from negative. So, what happens if we start trying other stuff with it? Like, for instance, 2. or 2.1 or 0.53 or something, do we start getting this formulation for all of this stuff? Does it work across the board? Any power that you choose to provide, it produces the end result. Because if it does that, we can modulate the number going in. And that could get wild. I'm not even sure what it would do. But imagine what that would be if it was like return log x times x. Like, what would we get? What would even happen? And that's something worth finding out. So, boom. We already know that's going to work, but what would happen if instead of 1.6, we decided we wanted almost 2, but not? 1.99. It's close to 2, but it's not 2. Now what do we get? Do we get that same equation with the 199 plunked in where the 1.618, etc. was? Or is it going to be drawn to something? Oh, we have weird modulations going on here. Look at that. It's wiggling more. I don't... I don't see it. That's a weird thing. Okay. So that didn't do what I expected. So here, we can make this be 1.6 or 0.6. If instead of 1.6 or 1.9, 1.42. Does that give us that funky... I'll try 1 next. I'm going to see what happens with all this. If I do literally 1, it should give me X as an output with 100% accuracy. But we'll find out. Huh? Got there. Look at that. There it is. 1.42. Works for 1.42 as well. So now next thing we do is, let's try that 0.42. Now, what do you say to that? Also, I tried 1.99 and it did not like it. So how close can I get and it will still offer me this? Or does it explode? Is there a point beyond which you cannot go? Boom, got there. 100% accurate. It's capable of going to either side of 1. Just for laughs. Let's see what it makes of this. I bet it's going to be just like, yeah, 1. We're done. X. Yeah, that's a good speed up. Alrighty, so no fancy log calculations there. So we can't do 2 without falling back to simpler formulations. If we do 1.9, oh, interesting. Okay, so here we go. 2 turns to 0.5. Those are complementary. So 1.9 would not translate to 0.9. The only reason that 1.618 and 0.618 are complementary in that way is because it is a special property of the golden ratio. Logically, that means if we did like 1.25, we would do 0.75 or something like that. Interesting. So this is going to lead to playing around with this algorithm. I want to know what happens if we start doing stuff that's along the weird side. For now, let's see what it makes of 1.9, which would be the equivalent of 0.55, I believe, if they were going to balance each other out. Well, I got an answer. A very messy answer. Oh, God, look at that mess. So, yeah, so we got close to it here. But it has to depart in this way. At what point? See, that's apparently accurate. Oh, it needs to declare an internal variable. Would you get a load of that? Huh? Okay, we're not going there. That's apparently too much. How about 1.8? How does that grab you? This is definitely the sort of thing where if I start experimenting too wildly with it in actual code, I might make really cool sounds, but also crash the computer a lot doing it, and we don't want that. Up, got there. So we can do 100% accurate at 1.8. What happens to the edges here? I see a departure. I see the edges are curling in these directions. Blue line signifies the final one. So if we were able to take that algorithm and turn it to this formulation, it generalizes kind of, sort of. I don't seem to be able to take it all the way to, maybe there's something I don't know about expim1. Tell me what your secrets are. It returns the base of the natural system of logarithms and the number passed to it. It's in JavaScript and Python. So it's part of the C standard now. And it can return not a numbers quite easily. It's an exponential function. Rationale, none. Future direction, none. Fair. I'm using a useless function. Woohoo. It is an old version of an IEEE standard. What is the function of xmem1? And log1p. Nope, got back. The stream bobbled. I do not know why. Maybe it's swapping around these things too much. Good, good. Well, this could also be a saturation function, couldn't it? These two, nope. So I look at stuff like this. Oh, how cute. How cute. We can run some of these things in JavaScript. Let's see what we can make happen here. Check this out. What if we have a smaller negative number? Does this work with any negative numbers? Run. Okay, so if we do log1p and it is 1, then that saturates. That is less than 1. 0 becomes 0, that's fine. Negative 0.5 actually becomes larger, so the negative numbers become logarithmically larger and the other ones become logarithmically smaller. So let us now see what the behavior is in the positive side of things. What have I just done? Oh, I can't select properly in this. No matter, I'll get there. Doesn't want me to select. Yeah, gotta love novel saturation. I'm telling you. So if we do log1p in positive, these are the things that we get. It is growing quieter as we go. Oh, that's weird. That's a strange curve. I wonder if I can expand this window at all. Meh, no matter. Reset gives me this back. We cannot select, but that's okay. Let's see what this wave shape would look like. Oh, can I copy and paste? Kinda. There we go. Here we go. Let's make a nice little even let's see what shape that makes. Okay, so we start off attenuated to some extent, and as we keep going, okay. Now if we went to 1, is this a novel saturation? Well, we're getting up to 1.0. Yeah, saturating more. Okay. How far does it go if we have a really massive input? We're doing small increments here. It'll go up to around 2 or so. Interesting. Yup. So if we do log 1p, we have a pretty much a saturation that never flattens out. No matter how hard you slam into it, it'll always be able to go a little bit louder. Then if we return, very small values, not so much of a So this is basically just a logarithm, but with an adjustment to make it more accurate. Whereas if you just do straight up logarithm, oh hi. We plug in base E. This is beyond my ability for math to some extent. A base of natural logarithms. How nice for you. I wonder if that's the... Oh no, I don't think it is. Maximum clip level. I did not pay enough attention in algebra class to be up to speed with this. But those who did pay enough attention in algebra class didn't necessarily make a distortion out of this, so go figure. It's just always very interesting for me to look at something like this. Anywho. So the thing about this is we appear to not be able to use this function outside of a certain range. I don't know if that's true though. Oh, hello. So let's see. There we go. So do we get back to what we needed? Yes. So we can do that and it is 100% accurate. I don't know if I know much by Snarky Puppy. It's not that familiar to me. Are they not an old sort of 80s industrial pop thingy going on? Like probably not 90s, possibly 80s, definitely on the industrial side. So we can do this, but if we start asking for 0.5 or 2, we start getting different things. So what happens if we try to do the power of something very small, like 0.34? Oh, contemporary deleted? Huh. I've heard the name Snarky Puppy before. That can't be true. They're certainly not only contemporary. Oh, okay, never mind. I stand corrected. I was thinking of Skinny Puppy. See what happens here. Do we have a thing? Or do we not? If this works, then 0.5 would also work. It's just not arriving at it. This works. Therefore, 0.5 would also work. We're just not arriving at it. Interesting. Do we have a bulletproof formula for this? Like if we do, we can do, how about to the 6th power? Just crank it way the heck out. What happens if we do this? Do we still get that equation again? We have a lot of error. Man, look at that. It's making little highlights around there. It's struggling. And it's struggling to get there. But some of what's present there is showing up. So where did that go wrong? Did we try to take it too far? Okay, so doing power of golden ratio or one version of golden ratio both work and give us that magic little formula with the two weird calculations. 0.5 or 2 give us other things, but I'm pretty sure what that means is that this would also work for the 0.5 and 2 positions, but and if I took it to 1.9, it stopped giving me a value. What if I try something along the lines at 2.3, which is not a very high number, but it's a little past that 2. And what do we get there? Don't worry about it. I understand how valuable something like that can be. Sounds cool. We do not seem to still have the... I might not be able to take that algorithm up to the point of 2. We're basically trying to arrive at it as a suggestion from Herbie, claiming it to be perfect. So I'm trying all different forms of this, knowing that Console 6 is made out of 2 and 0.5, which are perfectly complementary. And I also tried the golden ratio, or variations on it, and got also what looked like very complementary shapes. So now I'm trying to see whether it generalizes. And for stuff between, certainly between 1.6 and 0 point something, it looks like it does generalize, which implies that it generalizes for 0.5. It's just not showing me that. But I don't know whether it will go past 2. But I know it'll go less than, so if we have a very small number here, also, I don't know what happens if I start trying to throw like negative powers at it. Does it just explode? I don't know what that means. We got a bunch of fancy numbers going on here. Okay, so we're starting to get what looks like 0.1. So that's about half. But that's kind of like our recognizable thing there. Like, this is the bit we're expecting to see generalized across all of these numbers. Now we try something completely insane. What do you think will happen? It is exploding. Look, it died. I've killed it. You weren't figuring on that, were you? Let's see what it does. Let's see what it does. Ooh, insanity. It came up with a... Well, I think we have to hear what this does. I don't know what it's going to do, but... Oh boy. 100% accurate. And that's probably not even going to be a part of a console version. Will you get a load of that? Terrifying. Shall we try it? Shall we hear what madness we have wrought? I think maybe it's time to start hearing some of this stuff. Although I did have one thing to try first. I want to see whether one stage of this sounds like... and we're going to... I gotta copy this just so that I can... Don't mind me. I am almost sure that some of this stuff will lead to explosions and death, but we're going to see what we can get out of all of this madness. And for now, I'm back over to the laptop where we can try these things. I've just commented out stages of this because I want to see whether I can get a similar sound out of just only having one stage. And I can tell that by firstly building it. And I'll be copying that over, but before I do that, I need to get this out of my way first. I think I might need to recover a little bit on Wednesday. I'm not feeling quite as healthy as I would like, but I think I'm good for today. If I ever run into really serious problems like that, I will stop. I will tell you folks I'm done for the day. But it has not happened just yet. I'm too interested in doing this, honestly. So I am going to listen to this on the guitar. This is the original version. Okay. Now, let's go back and see what changed, if anything. So what I'm now wondering is maybe I just need to add a number here. If each time it's doubling, $24 dB should give me the same amount. We'll see whether we can get there with that much more boost, or whether it just sounds quite different. So how is this sound compared to what I had before? There's a hissiness in here. I don't think it's quite as good. That said, I feel like it's still usable. Back to normal. Does seem like using one layer of it will get me some results on subtler, like the total overcompression part is working better with the stacking. It's going softer rather than bright. Yeah. So I think we got something there. That's what I wanted to do, was compare the two. I wanted to hear what it sounded like when I had only one stage, and I think I have heard what it sounds like when I have only one stage. And you know, there's usefulness to that. But its ability to darken is strikingly impeded. What happens when we do only two stages? We got 2 stages instead of 4. Must remember to quit out of twisted wave. Because one thing about this guitar is it is showing me when the edge starts getting too bright or not. It's a fairly pleasing bright crackle. Interesting. And I feel like the more stages I put in here, the more effectively it's able to step away from having certain loudness characteristics. I wonder whether I can do a version of this that's more levels of arrays. You just count up the number of arrays. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking, can I just stack these to ludicrous height? And what would happen if I do? So our delay is only about yay big. This has me wondering. It's got the man thinking, what are we doing? Do I actually want to try to stack these even more? Well, one thing about it, this is the audio unit version of it. Oh, I'm sitting where you can't even see me. This is the audio unit version of it, so it'll be marginally easier and simpler. Maybe it could work. One thing about it, the more layers I add, the more latency there's going to be. So there's that. That is a concern. I am mostly wondering whether there's any benefit to be had from pushing this even further. Because I know I needed to do 4 to get the results I've got. Let's find out what we can do with the madness. What madness, may you ask? This madness. Might need to go and get their code back from GitHub if this doesn't work. We are just aggressively doing the wacky. We're using some of the same formulations just to be sure. And then if we do this, that part should work, I think. Ooh, marimba on Facebook Marketplace? That seems cool. Do eat, buy the marimba. Marimbas are cool. Oh, I bet I can't use that, can I? Or can I? Oh, let's just go back to this. And now we try to plunk that in every place. Oh, no. Nope. Which of these dumb things need to be accentuated, I ask you? I know I'm not quite done. That part's correct. And this is the bit that needs to have this. Meaning that all of these also need this. And they're everywhere. Everywhere, I tell you. How messy. Let's see if this stinking thing builds. It built. Let's see if it works. If this works, it sounds the same as the other one. Could arguably even be a reason to tidy it up and use it as such, which would involve another update before this ever comes out. See if it works or if it died. I think that worked. Well, if we can do that, we can do... Oh God, where was the variable I wanted? Max. We can do 16 stages. Let's see what happens. We've made it this much more efficient, so it'll actually run about as effectively as the first version. And we're far away from it not being able to run. Let's see what happens when we have just lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of stages. If this works, I try it on other things and see what that sounds like. Alrighty. Sounds pretty thunderous. That's big. Juicy. You can make the top end jump out with this quite a lot. It got the overtones crackling away. And then to complete overload, bass starts coming out. It becomes just rumble. It becomes just nonsense. Well, what happens with some other kinds of sounds? Alien kittens. It's kind of yucky, honestly. It's not very good. Turning highs to a lower sounding. Another sound is coming out. Like we're supposed to have about 0.0 peeking out. How about drums? There's kind of a thump coming out of it, an unrealistic thing. Not entirely happy with that part. Hard to even hear much on those drums, I'll tell you. Whereas the guitar is dead easy to hear. just not sure I'm gaining enough from that. Yeah, that's the thing, Igor. I'm just not sure I'm gaining enough from it. How much undo do I have in store here? That takes that back. That takes that back. Then, oh, apparently we can't take this one back. Well, foo on you then. We'll just do it the hard way. And experiments concluded. Return to our 4-stage version. Which is a chainsaw distortion still. Now the interesting question becomes, is there another algorithm that you can do which gives you the discontinuity that brings in that extreme low frequency stuff without the cost of the amount of delay in there? There's also one further thing that I want to check, which is not going to involve listening. I want to see how roughly far in samples this is actually stepping across. That might not be the way to do it. No, it's not the way to do it. Okay. How is the way to do this? What is my way of doing this? dB pause times pre-delay times 0.1. That's the way to do it. So dB delay becomes a number, and that's actually the one that I'm going to want. dB pause just steps in there. So if this total delay is less than 10, it will amount to a number. If it's 0, it's right in the center. And this is a graph of how much delay there is. One that I cannot listen to because it's just going to be a low frequency thump. So if we're not doing any delay, what do we get? I think that's a big number. And then when pointing up to here and is gone. So that's a large number. What happens if we don't have it as, what if we do supersaturation? Is that still too big of a number? That's still a big number. So we can't do this. Oh, I know. Let's see what we've got as far as how that modulates between maximum pre-delay or not. Let's see if we have variations in here. Let's see what it does. Because all we know so far is that it is too big of a delay to be a useful result. No transistor fuzz box inspired yet. So this is now ranging from whatever to max pre-delay. And the delay offset that we see from that looks like this. Hi. That's actually a lower number. And it ain't modulating very much, is it? Undo. So now if we take this and we apply this, and the end result we're looking at should be a plot of how much delay is in there, but we don't have anything going on, then what do we get? This is all becoming 0. No bueno. And I tell you why. It's because these are integers. That's why. Now let's force those to be read as doubles and then see what we get. It can only be 0 if they are integers and it's producing something that's less than 1. That's why I was getting no modulation. I'm looking for a little chart that is how much delay is being applied from 0 to a maximum of pre-delay. And it should change depending upon what the setting is, because the performance, the behavior changes. So if we have it maximally cranked, hi, that's more like what I was looking to see. And there is a plot of how much distortion, how much delay we have in there. And it's not modulating all that much, honestly. I don't think that's modulating all that much. How much does it modulate if instead we have it barely doing anything? Also not all that much. A little bit. The other one, it doesn't modulate at all. Okay. Coolly. Now if we have it where it's kicking in but it's not freaking out, now what does it do? Okay. This is telling me I probably don't need to do as much delay as I'm doing. I can probably get away with smaller delays, and that means less latency, and that pleases me. It all depends. But if we have it on Alien Kittens, then what do we get? I think full crank was giving me the most mojo as far as what I was seeing there. That looks to be about as much modulation as I'm getting. I think you mean grind amp earlier. So that's interesting. This is a plot of how much delay it's applying, and that tells me I don't need as much pre-delay as I thought I did. However, let's see if we can even use the full range. That's thunder. What happens when we now see what it does when applied to this at full crank? Does that looks to be about the same range. What if we do a massive amount of DC energy by picking a much higher algorithm and dropping a filter? That includes way more DC than we should ever have to deal with. Now what? Is this going to make it so that it's using a wider range? No. I'm going to be able to cut back the amount of samples in here. No question about it. I don't need as much as this. Return to normal. So what happens if we just straight up cut this back and see what it does then? It's possible that this will blow up, crash, and die. But it's also possible that I have moved the amount of delay that it's capable of applying to closer to 0, i.e. less latency. Don't play. Just, oh, hi. Okay, it became very upset. So this we do not want to see happen. That was something bad, but I'll tell you, it moved in the right direction. If we nudge it just a little ways off of 0, I can also do a sanity check, because I know that if dbPOS is less than 0, then that's the problem. I just want to make it so that it is not 0 under any circumstances, because I'm just nudging the amount of total delay, sort of forcibly compelling it to, oh, still not happy. Didn't like that one bit. So there's where we started out. And then we're sort of permanently offset. Maybe here's where that comes from? Oh. So then if I was to force that to be there, don't play, don't want to hear it, don't want to hear it. And now we've got sort of the full blast of tiny little glimpse of how much delay that should be. Namely, not a lot. Very rarely departs. So that's interesting. What happens if I just nudge this in a direction? Can I do anything that nudges it in the correct direction? Okay, we are plotting the length of delay time. No point listening to it. Oh, interesting. Hi. You're doing something very different. That's just made the amount of effect much bigger. Much, much bigger. So if I continue to modulate this until it's very little delay, and we don't have this big continuous, like the distance from center is the amount of delay I always have. I never need to have permanent amounts of delay in there. I can think of something I should do to this test case. I normally have this inverted, and that'll be especially helpful now, because this is going to -1 and then slowly ramping back, meaning that if that has a relationship to what we're doing, it'll give me better data. I want to see if that negative swing, which is subsonic, creates any pathological behavior. So that's now part of our test sample. And on we go. And if this works, I will wonder whether there is a constant that relates to this particular thing. Because sometimes that happens, that you zero in on a number and then it has some kind of relation with another mathematical constant somewhere that you didn't realize related to the thing that you're doing. That can sometimes happen. It can be funny that way. We see the changes happening. We do not see it approaching 0, but we also don't see it freaking out either, so that's good. And it's inverted, but what's happening is we're not looking at audio signal, we are only looking at the amount of modulation that it applies. Let's drop it right down to 0.2. I may suspect that it's actually converging on 0.125 rather than 0.25. That seems possible. It's the next thing I'll try if it turns out that this bit didn't take me all the way there. Because at 0.25, for whatever reason, this never uses the full range of delay available. My delays can go from 0 to pre-delay, but it's not even close no matter what signal I put in. And I'm never getting a 0 no matter what I put in or how hard I push it. So let's see. Do not listen, just apply. And we're continuing to look like it's not doing a thing. If you remember, I took it down to 0 and then it was at the center, but it was also freaking out big time. Also, if I can make it be a very small number, I can dial back pre-delay and run less latency and use less memory everywhere this is in action. So we didn't get there. So next thing is, let's go to the other end of 125, of 1.2. and see what it's going to take to bring this back to the behavior that I had when I was offsetting it by 0 or close to 0. Because if I take it too far, what happens is the delay starts to become negative, at which point it smashes the buffers and freaks out. So apply. And we haven't got there yet, but we're close. Look at that. Look at that. This is probably the point that will get me there. And Alien Kittens does appear to be giving me good amounts of offset. Here's what the frequency modulation is doing. What I'm really curious about is whether this is going to get me exactly the same sound as it was before. Because that I would not have guessed. That I would not have predicted. Okay, if we go to 0.1, because I know 0.0 wasn't getting me there. What do we got? Next thing I do is I amplify until it distorts and then see what it does fed like pathologically broken content. Oh, oh. Do you see what I see? Because I see something. I see that these levels are getting very close to crossing that 0 point. As soon as they cross this point, they're trying to apply negative delay, and I get garbage data. Now, amplify it by 24 dB until we are completely trashed with distortion, and see what the algorithm does if we feed it overwhelming loudness. Starting to see problems. If I do this, it screams, crashes, and dies. So there we go. We have a maximum gain level in here that it cannot cope with. And it's trying to do delay offsets that are actually going all the way over to here, which is weird. Why would it be doing that? Let's amplify it by just a little bit too much, and then see what it does when we feed it. It's the level is being clipped. That's the interesting thing. Full blast. Oh, hi. Well, that's interesting. Take it up to this point, and it's not actually flipping out, is it? But we're getting right up to the point where it's going to run into problems. See, if I gave it this, it would not actually break. So let's try some more stuff. We're clipping input sample, but the thing is, this top DV is scaling stuff back. We're running into limitations. There's limits to how hard we can push this. I wonder what my top DB actually is. Because it sure as heck is not a very... We're sure scaling stuff back, aren't we? Okay, maybe I can calculate this out. Or maybe not. Or maybe I can arrive at it through some kind of... So here's the thing, right? I'm doing a hard clip that should be able to protect it against problems. But at the same time, this business of times top dB and divided by top dB, that is dialing the whole thing back. And the more you turn it down, the more the overall level is being offset. That has a direct effect on, like, in practical terms, we're never getting close to these clip points. what that means is if our iron bar is 0.1 and we're able to make it smash and explode by putting in too much gain, and then we clip it to less than that, knowing that the whole thing is being scaled anyway, and then that's the limit to how far it can go. So at lower gain levels, it's never relevant. It's never even close to the amount of offset we've got. What we get is, at top dB, basically the same amount of offset as we had before, except for it is in fact clipping this bit now. I see it clipping these. And what that means is I can also amplify it insanely, and this time it's not going to freak out because I have removed the problem. Voila. So I can safeguard its behavior even in circumstances where the saturation is overwhelming and too much. Because I shouldn't be feeding in anything that hot, and then like that equates to being about 140 dB. But what this also means is I can dial this back May not want that, though. I bet I don't. I bet I don't want that. I bet I want to fuss with this instead. Let us now increase this clip point until it's not clipping those DC voltages, but is still very close to zero offset. This is a toughest case scenario. Like, the closer I can get to it behaving itself under this, looking good, still clipping that point. So what I see here is this is this far off, and it's gone a little more than halfway to the point where it will cause a problem. So if I loosen up the clipping points, it will expand until it's covered these spikes without clipping them. And then it will expand until it's crossing the center barrier and causing a problem. Then I start dialing back pre-delay until it's filling up the whole area. And once I've done that and dialed it all in perfectly so that I can saturate into it, it'll be done. And it'll have the same sound but with not the latency, and will be more usefully using in other things. So first things first. Hang on. Is that what I want? I think it is. Yeah, I think it is. So if we do this, what do we get? And those DC things are exactly what I want to see there. Which is not to say that this is necessarily correct. Getting there. getting there. It's not quite to 1. Let's do a little sanity check. Or insanity check, rather. So can we get it to freak out? No. No, we cannot. So that's the amount of delay in the algorithm, represented here as well. And this is what the delay is doing as we go. Interestingly, as we saturate even harder, it seems to force it into less delay more often, and I think that's nice. It's nice if we have a lot of bass forcing it in. Let's see what it does with the alien kitten section. If bass tends to force it to minimum amounts of delay, that seems also nice. Like just little spikes of more delay. And then the harder you slam the bass into it, the more it goes to lower latency. If I can dial it in, it can force it to like 0 latency most of the time. And that's kind of wild. So I bet this is too much, but we'll see. We can find out real quick, can't we? Let's find out in a serious, hardcore way. Oh, hey. That's just to the point of not okay. Get that? You can see how it's crossing the line of 0 just every now and then. It's pushing a little bit too hard, but it's not able to do it so hardcore that it's actually smashing the buffer. This is behaving with the buffers we're using, although it's going to be garbage data. So that's right to the edge of acceptable behavior. And what we see is that this side, we're peeking out here, but this side, we start seeing artifacts because it's gone too far. That's supposed to be just a ramp. It's not. So we undo all of that stuff. And guess what? Just a little bit less, how about? I think I'm going to want to see just a tiny little hint of distortion. Hey, Jess. We're going kind of deep today. I'm also a little bit under the weather, but hopefully I'll feel better. And hello. Still see an issue. Still not happy. See, we shouldn't have those ever. That is an artifact being created by the algorithm not being happy. It's distorting in a way that's causing it to produce issues. And we don't like that. Because that's the frequency modulation part. '23. When I'm finished with this, I get to start making pre-delay smaller. And that will just start using less data. Firstly, distort everything overwhelmingly. Then distort everything overwhelmingly. Then see whether it's behaving itself. And kind of not. Kind of not. What's the deal with this? See? We're even getting intersample peaks. Not that those matter. Those aren't going to matter to this, but we're too close. How about dial back the level and see what it looks like if we weren't saturating everything to the point of explosion. It might be looking a little bit better, but I can still force it into misbehavior using this. Yeah, and in fact, it does look a little bit better if I do that. I'm going to dial back pre-delay a little bit already. I want to get a bit of a more of a sense. Because you see, we did all of this adjustment of pre-delay in the belief that that was going to be giving me a wider modulation range. I'm graphing frequency modulation. That's what that's doing. So that should work. Maybe it needs to be exactly twice the offset. In other words, it would be 0.2. We'll find out. Oh, gotta build you. See, if we amplify it to gross distortion so it's compelled to clip in order to be able to function, and then we crank it up to the point where we see, aha, got there. So this is no longer going into, we even see a little bit of a hint here that this one is not clipping. So we've gone into gross ridiculous distortion. We are also seeing slightly more of it gets a little bigger now, and that's because I reduced pre-delay. It's being graphed from 0 to full pre-delay. Full pre-delay will mean 1. So we're showing a waveform, and it will go all the way up to here. And then if we ran the same thing on here, again, this is not audio, this is the frequency modulation being applied to it at full crank. With no crank, we don't get as much. In fact, I'll illustrate that. But here's the FM that's being applied to the delay buffer to get the effect happening across all 4 delays. And if we were to run it on this entire thing at next to no delay, this is the amount of offset, this is the amount of latency that it will give if we're not actually doing anything much. And then I crank it up to full crank and then feed in an extremely high level, and it shows me what the absolute max is. So that just solved that problem. So how about, this is starting to look more like a usable amount of latency, where I could build this into something like a version of console and track through it, and it wouldn't be too ruinous. You wouldn't get to do dry wet, mind you, but 64 samples. And when we're done, we will go and listen to it and hear that, unless I have missed my guess, it sounds exactly the same as it did. But we'll be using all of the delay amount rather than only a tiny chunk of the amounts of delays that have been defined and used. So, full blast. Huh. Okay, am I missing something? What's up here? I see a use of the full range. This is the number we care about. Let's take it right down to 16 and see what it does. Because if you remember over here, this is the delay range that we're using divided by pre-delay, so it should become larger as this number becomes smaller, up to the point where the amount of modulation we get covers more of that range. See what we got. Or maybe we're just not doing as much with it. Let's see whether we have a behavior. We'll saturate it until it's guaranteed to do something. Full crank, and yeah, we're miscalculating somewhere. We are not getting as much of an effect. I gotta put it back. Because I tell you, that's not going to produce the same audio effect. There's not enough modulation in there. We started with 420. So now we go about this a different way. I'm tempted to go and get another coffee. So if the amount of delay we are applying is not enough to take up the full range of 420 samples, if instead the amount that we are applying is way smaller than 420 samples, something else is out of kilter in the algorithm. So what we kind of need to do is get it to fill up this area and then see what it sounds like and whether we need to... Jess, what do you mean, who is Greg? I don't understand. If you mean who is Herbie, that's a whole other question. Help me out here. What are you talking about? I may have to switch back and forth here a little bit. Firstly, let's see what happens when we stretch out this by, in theory, making it that much louder. I don't know. Let me go and see. Oh, I know the answer to that. I actually need to delete that because that only applies to that one particular one that I did. Save, there we go. Greg Bessonette is a drummer. He claimed my drumming on YouTube. And you'd think that a professional drummer wouldn't want to do that, but apparently he did. That didn't move a blessed thing. What the actual hell? Okay, now I'm trying to do a sort of exponential behavior here. I think. I got a sharp limit to how far that can go. And dB delay. Should cover the full range of pre-delay, but it is super not. Well, what if I just don't clamp it as hard? All this is very weird, but if I need it to be about 4 times as much as it is, how about if we just don't clamp it as hard? We know that the 0 point is fine. So if we artificially make this point be bigger, is that going to give us anything worth having? Or is this very bounce check meaningless because we never get there? It's not Greg Bissonet's fault that YouTube's algorithm tried to grab a simple drum beat. I can even play you the simple drum beat, but not right now. All right, amplify, obliterate, and engage. Will this now take up more space? No, apparently it will not. So there's your problem. This needs to scale up to fill up this space. It goes from 0 to 1. Top of the thing is 1. That's the maximum amount of delay we can do, and only then can we start fooling with pre-delay and scaling it to get back to the original behavior again. We're not using any of our delay buffer. Weird. So yeah, we're not using any of this. We have got a hard limit on how big this can ever be. So this never gets used. We're never even close to it. So everything else is going to be done through this algorithm, which originally was this algorithm. But this is not good, so we got to do something else. I tell you something else. If I multiply this, I'm going to have to increase the scaling of that. Not even a drum loop. I'll play it for you. If I play this, YouTube thought this was Greg Bissonette playing. It's part of the chorus of Rise. So that's me. That's not Greg. So let's see. Well, just for laughs, we're going to fool with this pretty aggressively. Now, I should have been able to make that smash. Whether I did is another story, but that should have made things break. Let's do the smashing it with level 2 while we're at it, just to be sure. Nope, didn't smash. That is using up an acceptable amount. The overshoots don't matter. It's only the sample values that matter. So we don't actually care about the reconstruction. This isn't going to be played as an audio waveform, but by God, our 0.1 is still fine. And this is as much as we're using. And off the top of the screen here, 1 here, is maximum pre-delay. So we are actually kind of close to optimizing this. I'm going to want to keep it from literally, like I'm going to want to have a little glimpse of this overshoot rendering here just to make sure that I haven't literally smashed past the boundaries of the arrays. But this is all looking pretty good. And of course, I believe what's going to happen there is I have just made it all the more effective under normal circumstances at this full crank. What we're getting is about this much offset. And the less you do, the less of this modulation there is. The more you crank it up, the more that modulation kicks in. And then if you feed in way too much energy, you wind up getting full scale modulation. Logically, what ends up happening is if I'm able to dial this in perfectly and then drop the length of the buffer, it'll dial everything back again. So let's just doing this was fine, so let's just push it a little bit farther. It's kind of weird, but it is what it is. And we're going to do our trusty smash it too much with 24 dB again to see whether we can break the buffers and make everything die. No, we still got a little room. We've still got a little room off the top there. It's kind of arbitrary, but doing it this way means I can dial in exactly the same sound as it had before. And then I'm going to have to go and rebuild it all over again because I had it finished and compiled and everything was all ready to go. Not that I was going to put this out instantly anyway, but now what do we got? Oh, almost forgot. We need to go to complete meltdown to see what we get. See, I just wonder whether I'm as close as I can come to maximum buffer length. Maybe I don't need to take that any farther. We're using up a big space of buffer. I don't know if I need to make it so that each of these points goes literally down to this point and then literally up to that point. Oh, I could experiment and see how close I am to the theory. Supposing I did 4.5, then what would we get? Can we get it so that it freaks out and breaks? Or it's minus 0.22. What if it was what if it was 4.4? We'll find out. Go and find out. And we're going to throw another log on the fire too, but one thing at a time. He says, as if he ever does one thing at a time. There we go. That is maxed out. That is gone as far as it can go. I don't know what that means to the rest of it, or whether it's wrapping around and causing smashiness. It might be. This might be one sad algorithm. Because if it goes beyond that point, that means that it is reading variables outside the array, and that's no good. So let's, if it's 0.22, let's see what we get if we have 0.44 or 4.44. I mean, it makes no logical sense, but since when has that ever stopped me? I think the last one I tried was 4.4. Super distort and super distort. Okay. So are we still pegged? We still have samples that are literally off the screen. That's looking kind of off the screen. See how it's being drawn up past the 0? That tells me that maybe 0.44 is too much. And if I pull it back, (0.22 times 4.4). Oh, hang on. Clicked the wrong place and did the wrong thing. That probably calibrated it to where these extreme values are not flipping out anymore. If so, we can take out the metering thing, return it to audio, and then listen to what it sounds like with the discontinuity effect at least 4 or possibly even more times as intense as it was when I started, because it's still occupying the full range of the 420 sample buffer. Boom. Beautiful. Right up to the edge without hitting it. Just like that. I'm going to say that looks like my correct values and that it's probably not going to freak out, blow up, and die, no matter what you do to it. It's certainly not showing any signs of doing that, because it would be showing signs on this wave, much like it was showing signs on this wave previously. Which means this can go away. And if all goes well, we can now hear the sound without it blowing up. And then total meltdown. Because we have scaled the amount of frequency modulation to take up the entire space of the thing without actually scaling the volume setting. So rather than equating to 120 dB, it's more like 180 now. And the amount that we've scaled is apparently 4.4. So having done that, we're going to divide 420 by 4.4. (95.45). I'm just going to call it 95. And we're just going to straight up build it again. And now we have the same modulation, but over a smaller area. I may dial it back even more than that. We'll see. Let's get back to that Gitterbox. And 120. I feel like this is actually more than 105 dB. Wait, I got a better idea. If this was literally taking up the full space to the extent that it can, then what do we get? Oh, it is. It is. Thunder. That's definitely not 105. So here's what, oh, let's not save that change. I'm thinking in terms of nice little sample spaces, which is probably not useful or helpful. I don't need to make them increments of 64, for instance. I can definitely go down to 80. My question is whether I need to go down beyond that. I know, right? That's what I'm looking for, but there's no reason. I mean, I am producing delay buffers that are 5 more than that. And I can produce as many of them as I want, and they don't have to be broken down to that. Nor are they going to be doing it in practice either. So the smaller these pre-delays go, though, the less latency will be produced. And that's good. Analog Me 75 is a thing, so we'll have a little hint. I'll throw a comment in if this works. It'll be an Easter egg. It'll be a mysterious little hint of something. Now, we normalize that to full crank, and then see what this sounds like and whether it sounds like the maximum volume corresponds to what it says on the tin. We can get meltdown. So 90 dB shouldn't be air-cracklingly distorted. We start to get it at 100. this is loudest concert ever. So a normal guitar. Starts to get edgier. And this is starting to get towards hearing damage. So maybe, oh, hang on a second. How about you settle down? No. I was born in '68. How about my birthday? Yeah, well, I mean, you're hearing it off axis on a room mic, so don't expect too much. But this is the easiest way for me to push this in such a way where I can hear what it does at total. Well, I mean, remember, this is dialed into where it's not actually going to hurt you. Normalize. Boop. So 90, 80. Complete meltdown. Here's our hearing damage. It cleans up as it gets closer to 100. Yeah, so 105, it's like right on top of you. Overwhelming. $102, it's still loud. Like I'll bypass it. 102. We're actually 102. Works. And then if we were to do 105, that's more along the lines of no bueno. But I've seen that show up like in That Pedal Show live streams, and the stuff that they do, they have these big amps in their little room and they have a dB meter, and I've seen it go up this high sometimes. So 105. Very heavy. And then let us also investigate. I feel like it might be just a hair high still. Kittens is not a guitar. So this is Alien Kittens at 105 dB. Kick it in. Let's take it to 110 dB. Steps on the highs very nicely. I'll show you. We may as well. Well, I do have some vocals that are meant to sound mighty loud. Let's not save the changes that I made. Let's do one final build of it. Darn it. As it happens, no. So one thing about it is this is compressed. And I could probably do this more effectively with stuff that's not. But this section in Rise, that's just some compression. And that's just my voice. I'm belting like hell, but that's not distortion in the DAW or in the recording. It's just plain volume. So if I fire this up and I say I was 100 dB and I cut it in, I might be louder than that, but we'll calibrate it. And if I was 100 dB,
this amounts to downright spiteful. Who's the fool who
yeah, you hear it
stands and
clipping
dares
more.
to deny the only rightful governor of your affairs? Know him now, there's no one fairer, shown by all he'll take away. Love's a trick and life's a terror.
And that assumes that I can belt as loud as a guitar amp, which is not necessarily so. Assuming I can't, and I can only go up to about 97 dB, or was, at least, that was correct. Close enough. It then sounds like this.
Amounts to downright spiteful. Who's the fool
You can barely hear it.
stands and dares to deny the only rightful governor of your affairs? Know him now, there's no one fairer,
However,
shown by all
I think
he'll
that sounds
take
correct.
away. Love's a trick and life's a terror. What then do you have to say?
I think that gives the correct amount of distortion on that voice. So obviously the next thing to do is to do what I did with the guitar and distort it into complete crap so it sounds like what it would sound like over a giant PA system. Let's do it.
This amounts to downright spiteful. Who's the fool who stands and dares to deny the only rightful governor of your affairs? Know him now, there's no one fairer, somebody will take away. Love's a trick and life's a terror. What then do you have to say?
Nasty. It sounds PA-like in its way. Wow.
This amounts to downright spiteful. Who's the fool who stands and dares to deny the only rightful governor of your affairs? Know him now, there's no one fairer, shown by all he'll take away. Love's a trick and life's a terror, what then do you have to say? This amounts to
Mean and nasty. I have one other thing that I could try. Actually, more than one other thing I could try, but one thing jumps out. I've got the multi-tracks for this now. I went and found all of my old multi-tracks and stuff so I could remix this song. That might be amusing. But this song is very much loudinated and made overwhelming. Hey. I am liking some of this. What I'm getting out of that is as I turn up the gain, and it's somewhat altered by the fact that it's so compressed, it's kind of overly compressed. It's too loud in a lot of ways. But as I push it, the guitars start to get wider and come out in a way where they're sort of setting back into a space, but they got wider. You can't hear it because you're listening to it over a mono room mic. I'm hearing it. And you can't hear much on the drums. This is going to be mix related. And that's where they are wider. And the crunch comes out. Come on. It's able to make it sound louder. It's able to make it sound louder and bigger. Now, what if I try something else? Yeah, you can't hear what I'm doing, Focomus. You can't hear what I'm doing over that. This is the Dragons album. My lungs are bothering me a little bit today. Too much winter. Regular. Meltdown. This doesn't do all that much beyond highs of various kinds. Try this one. Oh, hey. That's doing something interesting to the strings here. Didn't see that coming. This could work for orchestral things. How about something pretty and nice? Bypass and then... Oh, we're distorting the roses. No amplitude. You can kind of watch it, like, if this is something that's pretty nice and is not supposed to be unbearably loud, then pushing it to 100 dB makes it sound wrong. And weirdly, I'm hearing it on the bass. It's mixed hot. It's mixed hotter than it needs to be. This is a weird one. This is its direct sound. Too much loud. How about Chrome? This one's bright. Here's our raw sine. But then if we claim that that was very loud, we're hearing some funny artifacts in there. Interesting. Does it go away? No, it kind of doesn't. It kind of doesn't. What does that waveform look like that makes this happen? That's weird. What are we got here? I mean, that should be just plain a sine. Should be just this. Although I do have reverb in there. And because it is a sine into reverb, we start getting this immediately. Which is not wrong for the track, but I wasn't expecting that. Let's apply it and look and see whether we can spot anything weird about that. What have we here that we can hear such an obvious effect? That's not a sine anymore. That said, it is a high pitch. There's that. And then if we went onwards into this track, here's another one that's bright. Here's what that sounds dry. Discontinuity. This one's meant to be quietish. It's helping me hear the lows. Without, with. Gotta wait until the chorus comes back in so I can hear what that does. It's doing incredible things with strings and choral effects. There's a background in there that is just a synthesizer, and the synthesizer has got a choir in there. It's going ooh ah, And it's way better with this on. Bone Dragon. Somebody mentioned marimbas earlier. With it off. It sounds realer with it's not meant to be this loud though. Air Dragon. This has very bright sounds on it. It's very trebly. The raw sound of some of these things is pretty bright and sonorous. Like this. Kick it on. Hey Mel. See, this is something where I could get into using dynamics in the end result. Oh, that just got loud. Comes forwards. This is an old album of mine. You're not hearing it properly, but you're hearing it over the vocal mic. And then there will be a lead instrument that comes in. It's like a bagpipe or something. I am glad that you were enjoying Tone Slant, Mel. 10-6-8, Snow Leopard. Here's a fun one. Time for playing with really loud. Without, with. Big boosts, big bounce. Set it to far too loud. This is working pretty well for those dynamic stings. If I allowed them to be louder, it would be even more effective. They're still too compressed. I'm liking the impact of those stings. I mixed this a long time ago. I've heard it a million, billion, zillion times. And I know what it's supposed to do in mix. Also, my fire's going out. That sounded loud. That was just wrong. There, we are just getting silly. We have some kind of overtone going on though, which is interesting. Let's hear what that fake piano sounds like. seem to remember this as getting busy. So here we have a bunch of crazy pianos going nuts. And then we'll turn it on. Now that actually almost sounds vaguely piano-like. Whereas if I take it out, it shifts to become sort of more trebly, but then if I turn it back on, it turns mid-rangey. It sure does make a lot of powerful effects. I wish I knew what exactly to do with it all. Some bits it doesn't sound very obvious, some bits it sounds incredibly obvious. Yeah, this is just drums, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, just plain drums. So just playing on just plain drums that happen to be pretty loud. You can't hear it doing anything on the drums, just about. Except maybe putting them back into an appropriate space. Take it back out again. Put it back in. Blast it like crazy. Yeah, I mean, that was really interesting. It happened in a weird way. And this is just slamming the hell out of the drums. And it's almost like you barely hear it except for on the hats, if that. But I mean, try it on a sine and forget it. Like here, H for high sine. try it on that, and forget it. Oops. Not what I planned to do. Sine. And then as soon as you start trying to use it on a sine, it immediately goes crazy. It's not happy at all. You're instantly getting like total meltdown. And it barely matters how much you turn the thing down either. It's ruthless. I hear it. Almost doesn't matter how far down it goes. It doesn't like sines. We have got a weird issue there. Do I have a sine sweep? I think I do. I think I stole one from, yep. That's a sine sweep. So I wonder whether there is some kind of averaging thing I could do with it. Because I bet I know what we're going to hear from this. Take it right down. That's the sine sweeps from nothing to very high. And as soon as we apply discontinuity, even at its lowest setting, super aliasing. Instantly. And never mind if we were doing it at its regular amplitude. If we do it the sine at the regular amplitude, forget it. Doesn't like that one bit. So does that then mean there's anything further I can do to fool with it? We do have this up and working. There's our pitch bend. Could try smoothing it. Drums are not posing a problem. It's this weird stuff like sines and things that are posing a problem. So if I was to continue to fool with this, on the assumption, like, I get that it's cool that guitars get as nasty as they do. That said, sines are freaking the heck out. dbPos is a possible way of addressing that. That is actually the source of so if this was chasing using an IIR filter, it would still get there for low frequency stuff, but it would fight being jerked around by high frequency stuff, and that might actually help. So it's worth a try. Need to have a separate one for each. Good thing I kept playing with this. I might be able to ameliorate, if not all of this, then maybe at least some of it. Boop. And more of these. And then instantiate them. And we got to take this away. That's all we need for that. So if this works, then there's a fairly simple change that I can do. Oh no, any of these things will work on various things. I'm just trying to, like, the fact that it can handle a sine wave is a red flag. Because we know that if we apply it to subsonic sine waves, it turns them into the correct space shuttle noise. So logically, figuring out a way of sorting it out is the next logical step. First thing, compile this and see if it works just like this, because that's not going to change the sound at all. But there's a key change here. We may even be able to make it somewhat recursive. Just possibly. Like if its speed of reaction is based on where it's at, but I'm not sure that makes any logical sense. Anyways, here's Wonderwall. I mean, here is my next attempt to build this crazy monstrosity. Dang it. Always forgetting things. This should sound exactly the same. Cool. So the next thing to do is this. dbpos is now a retained variable, meaning that it can be modulated. Not only that, I'm scaling everything by the same level. So can you guess what I'm going to do? Because if this is a tenth as much being put in, but it's having a tenth as much added to it every time, make a little space for me to work. Then doing this means that if you have full crank, it retains it being at full crank, but it has to stay there in order to get there. It is adding a tenth as much as it would have, but every time it's being divided by 0.9. So existing amount times 0.9 plus new information times 0.1 is what that amounts to. And that means the behavior should stay the same. I can test that, and I'm about to. After making sure that I've got all these C, B, A, yes, very good. Let us build it, and now let us see what we shall see. And then here is our further testing. Amplify it to the point of complete meltdown, and then apply it at full crank and see if it blows up and dies. And I'm guessing what we're going to want to do is then normalize it again. This is going to be loud. Okay. Well, it didn't blow up and die. But what does it sound like now at full crank? Okay, we can still hear it. In fact, it doesn't sound all that much different, honestly. It doesn't sound that different. We do have a silence. And that sounded weird, but not too overwhelmingly weird. Huh. Well, now, what was that? Oh, we're in bypass. Pfft. It's letting through things like hi-hats a lot more, which is both good and bad, because that was part of its usefulness. Let's get hardcore. Sweeps. Loud sweeps. Faintest possible sound. Well, I hear some gratingness. But the gratingness actually sounds kind of like a sine being too loud. Like if you put a loud high-pitched sine that loud in the mix, it would be pretty overwhelming. It's got a sort of shrill whistle quality to it. H for high sine. Where is that? So if we fade that in, so as the sine comes in at our quietest possible level, you can kind of always hear the characteristic. That's interesting. Not to say bad, because it's bad. I wonder what I can do about that. Yeah, it's hard to put a sine through this one. It's not changing at all. It's not changing at all. What about some of that other stuff? I had dragons going. What could we do with that? I remember Chrome Dragon being an issue. That's a sine-based riff. If you did that through discontinuity, yeah, we're still hearing stuff. So what's it going to take? If we pretend that it's at 120 dB, I mean, it's a plainly audible harmonic, but I'm not sure it sounds as bad as it did. We're going to have drums coming in. is a weird track. Wonder what it's going to make of Earth Dragon. Earth Dragon was the one with the big orchestral booms. I think it's a lot cleaner than it was. Take the bypass off, all of a sudden those hats jump right out. $110 dB. Can produce some heavy bass this way. What if we were on Fire Dragon? Dry. Very dry. This actually comes across better at a lower volume. Whereas Rain Dragon had chorus strings things. Off. Whereas over to Rain Dragon again. That is not what I want. I want to hear those strings. create easy listening. There was no dubstep track, dude. That's sitting okay. If I do bypass, suddenly the cymbals are there. Super fake horn. Gotta say, that doesn't entirely hurt as far as getting it to work. The Mervas. Clean. Super distort. I think that's making an envelope around them. Yeah, I've had this album out for a very long time. There's CDs of it for sale. This is a grooving little track. Still not done fooling with stuff, though. I remember earlier I was playing with vocals for you. Let's see what changed.
Amounts to downright spiteful. Who's the fool who stands and dares to deny the only rightful governor of your affairs? Know him now, there's
Yeah, I don't even
no
have
one
empty
there
pictures anymore.
shown by all he'll take away. Life's a trick and life's a trap.
I wonder if I can dial in the amount of effect that it has on the vocal, assuming it to be 120 dB in such a way that it'll clean up the highs as needed. That would be a thing. That would be weird. If I was to do that, what would it look like? Well, let's make it 10 times as effective as it had been. Or ineffective, rather. That should still be acting about the same as before, but it's increasingly less able to react to anything high frequency. Yeah, man, I don't even remember that track. Go figure. If I ever find it, I'll do a remix of it. Just in honor of how much loved it is.
This amounts to downright spiteful. Who's the fool who stands and dares
Okay.
to deny the only rightful governor of your affairs? Know him now, there's no one fairer, shown by all he'll take away. Love's a trick and life's a...
And you know what? There's a thing that I can do to this to bring it back up a little bit again. If we have it that ineffective, using this technique, and then we bring it back up here, rendering it about twice as intense as it was. And we'll also try it on the guitars and things too. So that one change should have made this about twice as intense as it had been.
This amounts to downright spiteful. Who's the fool who stands and dares to deny the only rightful governor of your affairs?
So does that sound like 120 dB to you?
This amounts to downright spiteful. Who's the fool who stands and dares to deny the only rightful governor of your affairs?
Be a pretty big PA system. What happens if we try it on a guitar at 120 dB? This is starting to get more and more plausible the farther I go. This is some... Hang on a second while I fool with my... Constantly fooling with this stove. Should put on the damper. So we'll play with these things for the moment. I feel like that vocal and that guitar slightly more. So let's pretend that this is supposed to be a computer number. It's not, but let's pretend it is. Let's quit out a twisted wave so that we can replace this thing. And then get back into this stuff. We're probably not going to hear anything on drums ever again. It's just not powerful enough for it. But if this vocal was meant to be 120 dB, meaning it was through a powerful amplifier,
amounts to downright spiteful. Who's the fool who stands and dares?
I could believe that to be 120 dB.
Governor of your affairs. Know him now, there's no one fairer, shown by all he'll take away. Love's a trick and life's a terror.
You barely hear it at 120 dB, maybe too far. And of course the guitar. Let's try this one this time. That guitar would sound like that at about 110 dB, I think. It's gone too far. Yeah, I am constantly forgetting this now. I've been at this too long today. I didn't even get to do the console 6 stuff, although it's possible I will still get to. At some point we're going to give up on this and move on. So, mean vocal. And this is all now heavily filtered. Oh, I forgot to select the right place too.
The only rightful governor of your affairs. This amounts to downright spiteful. Who's the fool who stands and dares to deny the only rightful governor of your affairs?
Okay. Relatively plausible. What else can I play with? Nicer vocal.
Surely it's a little bit unfair.
Very loud though.
Ask the dead of heart to walk and live.
Reasonably plausible.
That's too much from one who cannot dare. Such demands are hard things to forgive.
You get a real nasally quality going on. Where are those sweeps? Where are those sweeps? That's a loud sweep, but we'll see what it does. Okay, interesting. It turns into sort of bionic Space Invaders nonsense, but it doesn't actually penetrate through with the... so what else can we do? Let's go back to Dragons and listen to that lead-in again. This one. Can that still sound like a sine in a reverb, or does it automatically change it to a different kind of sound? The lowest possible setting. I could live with that amount of distortion, honestly. But especially since it doesn't seem to matter whether you add more. Like pretend it's at 110 dB, it still doesn't particularly care. That amount of distortion on the sine seems to be consistent, no matter what we claim the level is. Almost to the point that I could live with having it be a little more distorted than it is, to be perfectly honest with you. So if I was going to do that, what would I do? Well, partly that, but also I could increase this factor. So if this was twice as much, rather than 100th, a 50th, which would make this 88. Okay, before getting back into this, you mentioned that. We haven't heard this on the latest version. dB. Kind of heavy. Puts a kind of envelope on everything. I am not entirely unhappy with that. I am not entirely unhappy with that. Compared to that. Oh, hi. Hi, listen to you. Turn it off. On. Yeah, that's a totally fake snare and kick. Those are fake drums, they're just samples. But when I dial it in just right, with this particular setting and the way that it's rolling off highs now, if I dial it in just right, the snare starts to pop in an interesting way. Interesting. So here's one where I don't have anything labeled, but I have a bunch of loud stuff in here. I'm interested to see what I find. And I guess what I could do is just get it going and bounce around. I got a bunch of really aggressive bright highs on this album. But I'm usually pushing for this kind of stuff to have it all sit where it sounds like it's over 100 dB but not over 120, right? We do have size here, whereas the raw mix, that's just digital audio right there. But it's bringing some lows in an interesting way. And this one. Meltdown. You push hard enough and you no longer get the bass lift. Here's a pretty one. This should come across as much quieter, so I should have to turn top dB down for this. Highs are very prevalent here. Oh god, we completely transformed them. Yeah, even with all the filtering that I'm doing, this is stepping on digital highs really, 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 really hard. So this is meant to be about 80 dB. The whole thing's meant to be very quiet, really. Here's the raw digital version. Does nice things with reverbs. Yeah, those digital hats are something else, man. They are way brighter than they should be. What have we next? We have a really lame reggae. Okay. And again, my hats here are so loud. Everything is so bright. Weird, interesting. What's this other one? Okay, sort of rock. It's dry. Oh, hi. With this stuff, I can push the DB to where it's just stupidly overloaded. To the point, I think, that this is telling me useful things about how loud I have all of this. It's stepping on the highs so hard. I'm going to pull it way the heck back. I wonder to what extent I need to fool with the IIR filters in here. Because there's the other thing. This is the other thing. The fact that what would it be 98? So if this was changed to 0.8 or 0.9 or so, that would mean that dBA pos needs to be times less than 0.99. I think it would. I think it would. So 44 to 88, we'll call it 9. And so that becomes 98 if I'm not mistaken. I may be mistaken. Well, let's see what we got. We'll do our old faithful check to find out whether we've blown it up. You remember that, right? Old faithful check for finding out whether we blew everything up is as follows. Amplified to complete meltdown. And then technically I should be watching to see what the output of that other thing is, but and then normalize. And do we have weird artifacts coming through in these guys? I'm going to say no. Do we have weird artifacts other than what is already weird coming through here? Maybe. It's not happy, but I'm not expecting it to be. It's just obliterated so hardcore. Maybe that's what it's supposed to look like when you do this. So now we go back to the fooling around that we were doing to see whether it's still got any of the same vibes going on. This is the one where I have too much lower mid-range in there. So here's our bright stuff, and the overall mix is just messed up. So we distort the crowd out of it. I could believe this as a correct cleans like this. It's a very unusual guitar tone. I think it's like a fuzz factory. Clean. One thing about this, man, does it step on the highs. Man, is it stepping on the highs. To the point where I'm a little concerned. Probably is. Here's a sort of jam. Heavy bass. I think this is real drums, actually. This is a good example of a really bad mix, but what happens when you put the really bad mix through this? I am hesitant to say that's not acceptable. That's getting there. Here's some more weird stuff of some kind. Here's what it sounds like with its full brightness. Unfortunately, you can't hear the brightness properly, but some of it's getting into the room. It really steps on highs. What's causing that? Here's another loud, aggressive one. Hey, John Sant. This one actually is mixed well enough that it's not going crazy when I engage it. This is dark, and it has almost no highs. It's wrapping the bass around real interestingly. So with no discontinuity, got this. This is being played not nearly as hard as it should be. Pretty sure one of the things you're hearing there is my Rototom set back in the day. So finally got that again. But this... that's definitely Rototoms. In fact, I think it's Rototoms with timpani heads on. It's got a way of gelling the bass, even for stuff that's basically garbage like this. Mix is totally wrong. What about... this is brighter. So no effect. Sounds like it should be loud. I feel like everything's scaled wrong. So we're at about 11. If everything's scaled wrong, then I can change it a bit by continuing. We're drifting back to where I had it. Why don't I put it back to what I had? That's what I had before. Also, I feel like it might be interacting with the fact that this is at 44.1K. I think it might be interacting with that a little bit. Okay, yeah, that's better. So at about more than 110 dB, we get this. 120, we get this. 100 dB. It just steps on the highs in this unusual way. I'm trying to figure out what's happening with that. Oh, here we go. Heavy. So this gives basically weight out of something like this. Without the weight, it's a lot more dry. So we pretend this is 120 dB and it actually sounds kind of believable. So could you believe that this is 120 dB? Or if we decided that it was 100 dB? Exact. So the interesting thing here is the way in which that lead guitar feels more physical rather than just being a sort of edge on top of everything. So if we were 80 dB, we're doing a better job of getting a tone together with it. I'm liking the ability to hit with a lot of weight with this. This is getting to be some beefy stuff here. So it is 4 o'clock. It's time for me to go and start thawing out food for my dinner, which I'm going to do. I'm also going to get one of a Walgreens mucus control CE because of what I'm coughing and having trouble with that. That should hopefully carry me through the evening. So let's leave this going. It's weirding me out how much this is stepping on the highs, and I'm going to have to look into that. Which is not to say that it sounds bad, but man, is it stepping on highs. tell you one thing about this. It is probably going to be a go-to darkener for reverbs. I feel like that could really work. I mean, listen to the difference. Without just making everything sound more distant. There we go. Complete overwhelmingness. This has got very bright kicks. Feels right at about 103 dB. So that's some craziness. We'll call this a lot quieter. This is all quite something. Can make bass sound very impressively intense. What do we got here? We got a squitchety guitar, which is, however, not all that bright. What about this? Something bass. I have never owned an acoustic bass, so this is something else. Let's assume it's much quieter. So we've got brightness here, but not nearly as much as earlier on. I wonder if I can do 2 poles of that IIR filter, or whether that would even be useful. If this is the acoustic bass imitation, it was done using my old Hofner fretless, which is not really a Hofner, but it kind of is. It was like a Hofner icon or something. It was a cheapy Hofner. And yeah, I think that's what it would have to be. So this bass sound, tiny little electric, Hofner electric. This is one of the things I was doing back in this day, was just trying to get sounds. Couldn't really play anything around them, but this was part of a time that I was calling daily music. Every day I did something, and it came out like this. And I kept wanting to do like rock stuff or whatever. Didn't always work, but... That one, the snare sounds like it's at about 100 dB or more. It's very clicky. The mixing is all very tragic. This is before I had my NS10s, so I don't know what I was using, but it was dire. Oh, here we go. This would be trying to sound like AC/DC, but it helps if you do this. None of these are songs and none of them are great. So 108 dB for this one. And what the track actually sounds like. If I push it just right, bits of it start to poke out in interesting ways. That's promising. The fact that I can do that with it. And this sounds like one of those ones where I'm like leading it with the rhythm guitar or whatever. There's no click here. So I'm just striving to pound it out. It's very dark. It's mixed very dark. So that was interesting. That's a sound. Being able to do this, it's helping do this. And this. Turn it off. You got the sounds, but not so much the scale. This is just weird. very interesting how boosting it like this is making the already excessive bass turn into something else. Like, it's already got too much bass, but we can just make it go insane. 24A. Maybe do a quick little experiment and see what happens if I do double the thingy up. So I may or may not need to change names of things. But you know, boop, 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 boop. There we go. And now we will not have them be too similar, but we're going to do a something. Let's do a something and see what we get. So pause is my first one. So logically, that means if I take this, double it up, because this was already going to be about the right level. So we're keeping it at the right level, but we're adding another stage of filtering. If this works, that'll be interesting. And we do have to remember to also dial back. And that should cover it. And then we have to make B the one that gets incremented in all of these. And then we have to sneak this in where it belongs. So first of all, this 8 gets transformed into, oh yeah, all this other stuff. But then everything else has to get updated. B, B, and B. Very good. C, C, D, 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 and D. Now we have 2 poles of IIR filtering on this crazy thing. And that's going to slow down its ability to catch highs real hardcore. And we're going to go straight back to what we were listening to and see what happens. This started out as the plugin from the shuttle launch sound. Yeah. It's turned into a monster. I'm not even sure what it is anymore. I got to let my file load. Loading an entire CD onto this. One that never really sold. Looks like that got there. So here we go with that again. So I remember paying some pretty close attention to how that sounded, but now if we do this. Interesting. Okay, now we can hear the highs again. Go figure. What the actual heck? But we can make that snare sound like it's being walloped a lot harder. And we have made the whole thing less efficient, so it needs to be tweaked here. We're going right back from the 68 to what would be good? Let's call it 128. Double the effectiveness and see what hell we have wrought. 2 different kinds of IIR filters. Now we can hear the highs again. Remember, I am trying to do a realism factor where it's acting like air. There is no slider to tweak air. Come on. Faster. There you go. Oh, don't trip. Keep going. Keep going. You got it. You're wonderful. You're awesome. Go forth and be wonderful. There we go. Here's... Now if we throw this in... Okay, very loud. So 120 is a lot. That's a wild level of grind. We have a pretty persuasive loud sound. And man, it really steps on those highs, doesn't it? It really steps on those highs. Not that they're supposed to sound like this when you're this loud. It never is going to sound as stepped on as that at 97 dB. So we got to go back for another tweak. Take another bite of the apple. How about 98.6? Haha. It's an int, it can't be 98.6. You jump in front of my car, but you know all the time that 90 miles an hour is the speed I drive. That should bring it back to being light, but not so far as the 68. And back into this craziness before going to stuff that is more well mixed, because the point of fooling with this is hearing how it handles these mixes where the tonal balance is all over the place. Because it was doing some interesting things on the far too intense lows, and very interesting things with the far too aggressive highs. Back at this time, I was recording drums using some mics that had some tizzy top end. And you wouldn't necessarily want them to be that way, but they were. And they did stuff kind of like this. 105 dB, you say? No, that's 109. We just step on the tiz just a bit. There, now it's all a little too quiet. And as we push it to ridiculous loudness, edges of the guitar start sticking out in the mid-range. I feel that's not unrealistic for band is entirely too loud. To the air can't even take it. Okay, that's intense. $110. Hang on a second. Let me look up how loud AC/DC has been. What high score have they set for being too loud? Rock concert loudness world record. Loudest band. Okay, so Blue Cheer is very loud by decibel record. Okay, so 1972, Deep Purple reached 117 dB and 3 members of the audience fell unconscious. 117 would be about like this. I think I'd better adjust these levels because we are getting this world record thing that we're seeing here. Check this out. Here's our new target, and also I feel like I could pull this back so that the low level could be lowered too. Yeah, Motorhead's 130. So we need to make it so that it sounds realistic and plausible with this. Do we have, okay, 124, that's normal for Iron Maiden. 135, Dust and plaster falls from the roof. Okay, and it's a house band too. 132, but that's not necessarily true. Man-O-War 140. I think that might be about, 2009. KISS at 136 dB. Other places elsewhere in the state go, please do not do that. So I think we got a 140 is our limit. That said, I do still need to check and make sure that the thing doesn't blow up, but 120 to 140 means adding 20 on that end, so I could take 80 and take it down to 60 on the other end, which is actually quite quiet. If it still steps on the highs, that'll be weird. But maybe not entirely bad, like if it sounds, and we stopped it stepping on the highs as much this time, so that's interesting. And we do that. Let's see. Default param, 95. Let's make it exactly 100. I think that's exactly in the middle. And that is, of course, the 0 point level. And we got to do a couple of checks after having done this. So 120 goes to 140. 60 is the new low level. And that's 40 dB either side of 100. Once we're finally finished with this, it'll be a cool little plugin, I think. It's taking a while to dial it in. And I'm very curious as to whether I've reached a blow up and fall over level with this, because I didn't have that level of gain on tap before. We'll do our patented see if it screams and dies test by amplifying short for echo by 24 dB and then hitting it with full blast and seeing if we have shredding of... we shouldn't, though. I mean, we shouldn't. It's going to be unbearable. But it should still... oh, look at that. Interesting. We have gain controlled back again. Sounds like, kind of like this. Okay, that's 140 plus 24 dB. So if we didn't boost it that much, but then we boosted it to 140 dB, is it still going to be padded as much as it was? Kind of is, yeah. What's up with that? What's up with that? That's clearly not what we want. How about instead I back out of there? And are we still padding it like crazy if I instead use it to turn it down? No. No, that's not padding at all. Might not even be cutting the highs. So if we boost it, but not overwhelmingly by like to the default 100 dB, now does it pad it down? What's going on? No, that's not actually affecting anything, is it? What's going on? Let's try it some more. If we tell it to be 120 dB, then what? Okay, this is puzzling the heck out of me. What's going on with this? One thing about it, if you blast it that hard, it's padding the output. So, if we just start playing it, normal, Okay, that's not as padded. This is where we're getting into the padding zone. At about 130. Interesting. So, I mean, I guess I have to add it's sort of an afterburner on the end of it. It has to, as you turn up top dB, start getting louder again, because our maximum peak, we're losing maximum peak. Why even is that happening? It's all very well and good that we have a max value that can go up to, beyond Iron Maiden, Motorhead. I mean, 140, that's a lot. There's no special reason why I should do 140 when all of the actual, like Manowar, The Who, and so on are doing 120 to 130. I don't have to go to 140. But when I do, why is it doing this? Where's our top dB? There's how it does this. We are multiplying by overall scale, but that's also what's supposed to be happening, I believe. Yeah, we should be. It's scaling the whole amplitude that way. Here's our limit for what man can conceivably do. And then divided by top dB. So if we did something else, it's a very small amount, so it becomes a very large amount, but it's not big enough. It needs to be bigger. Yeah. I'm frustrated trying to solve this one. Oh God, and it's almost dinner time too. I might have to catch up with this on Thursday. I didn't realize I was taking so much time. We haven't done anything with Console 6 after all that work. Console 6 and Console 9. If 6 turned out to be 9, I don't mind. But if I can't get this to work, I do mind. So what the actual heck? Well, Sherlock Holmes to the rescue. 222B. Now if we do that, our input samples are larger. Does that mean we'll be able to make the audio blow up on that guitar sound if we turn it up enough? Because one of the things that's happening is an inability to express itself at the elevated levels, and that's where we start getting into a weird issue. So we should be... Nope, still cutting it right down. Weird. It's like it kicks in an additional level of meltdown that it can't handle. Weird, weird, weird. And we've drifted away from fooling with it. Kind of need to be able to bring in So if we're at 120, we're hitting our maximum total peak. 120 was our previous limit, so that's interesting. What does that mean? I do think it is correct to fool with it so that it can continue to be overwhelmingly loud and clippy, even beyond 120 dB. That seems correct. It seems correct that as you continue to push it, it continues to misbehave. So what we're looking to do, since top dB is now a how about an out dB? And there we are, and then we just duplicate that to make another one. And now we adjust ref dB to cover the amount of additional dB we need. We don't need any more here at 120, but at 130, we need another 6. And 140, we need another close to 18. But we could conceivably just call that 12. And yeah, so 140 is the point where it just melts down and dies. So 12 at 136, 106 at 130. So what that means is out dB, same basic concept, but we are going to continue to boost ref dB, and I think that will do it. I think it'll do it. We'll see. Let's straight up try this and see what it does. I have not calibrated it at all. But this equation can be magnified or multiplied or done things with. And we shall see. Oh, except for we're not using it yet. Time to fix that. We'll see whether it's even happening in the, oh, for heaven's sake, happening in the right direction. What? Now try. I've been building so many versions of this plugin, and it just keeps changing and becoming something else. It's most annoying. Let's see what we got. Actually, I believe we could do this because this peaks out at very high levels, and so that might just show me what's what. What do we got? We did it the wrong way. It went the wrong way. And you know what? That's not going to work, is it? Oh, that's not going to work at all. Larger than 120? 120 plus. If it can't become larger, it must become smaller. So here's what we're going to do. 120 plus the square root of it minus 120. So it's just going to run out of steam. So it just can't add enough to compensate. So if we go beyond 120, we start kicking in this other thing. And then OutDB is generated from that. And that should make it become louder. How much louder? We'll find out. The song is just Alien Kittens. That's all it is. But we'll bring up that other song if we can get this to work. And then we will hear what it sounds like if Motorhead had been playing that jam at 130 dB. But first, let's see if we can make it be as loud as it's meant to be. You could put in some final clipping too. 20. Okay, we're starting to peak. Oh yeah. Oh, that's weird. Our biggest peak is 1 at 120 or so. No, it's actually a little more. 121. Okay. That means we have to stagger this a little bit. So we're going to assume that it's about 123 maybe. And at this point, I can tell you one thing that's going on. If I do the square root of something that is like 0, then that's unhelpful. I need to start from 1. So if it is larger than 120, if it's larger than 120, then it's 120 plus minus 119. So we'll instead call that 120, but let's step it up a bit. We'll kick it in at 123. And then square root minus 122 means we're starting at 1 rather than starting at 0 and adding the wrong square root. Except for that's not right either, so let's do that over. If it's larger than 123, then it's always got to be at least 1. So 123 minus 122 is 1. And so that's how we step up from here. And that's where the excessive loudness was coming from. And we might have to step it up even a little bit farther, but let's see whether we can make this craziness work. In my last 10 minutes of streaming, I really need to not screw up my dinner. If I do that, it's bad for me. That's going to be a nope. Please stop misbehaving and doing stupid things. Thank you. And let's try that again and do the right thing this time. I get very cranky with myself when I go for so long. A little bit of a peak there. So if I start that a little later, yeah, we're peaking out a little bit there. Things were starting to get really sideways at 130 dB. That's already more than it ever should be. So let's use that. If we are more than 130 dB, we'll go from there. Because nobody should ever go to 140. In fact, let's go from 130. It's going to tap out a little bit, but that's okay. This is just a compensation for unreasonableness. So if we're larger than 131, we start recalculating it. But up to that point, maybe up to, what do we have that's more, like Manowar claims 130. Oh, okay, so Guinness didn't recognize the 130, so maybe that's the part that doesn't count, but 126 should count. That's the Who in 1976. And Motorhead got to 130. Let's try this. It doesn't really do anything different except for when it's going to the unreasonable levels. But we might be able to hear what it does. And then we'll go back to the other one and see what we can make that do. And then we'll be done. I've got about 7 minutes left to stream before I really need to make dinner. We're cutting back a little more than I would like, though. $123, 124, 128. We're already 4 dB down. That's no good. That's no good. We'll do this. Yeah, the mic I talk into here doesn't do a good job of picking up the sound, so you're suffering. But then this whole journey has been a journey for me, so it's like you're getting to watch that happen, even if you don't get to observe it in a very nice way. And here we go. So that's not clipping yet. And we're reaching that point where it's unreasonably loud. And now we're starting to boost more. And we should never get this loud. You know, I think that's okay. I think that's going to do. If we were to do that on a guitar, assuming I can select the guitar. Another 20 dB. The guitar's actually getting louder. Interesting. And then quieter again. 140 dB. So now that we've set up our levels correctly for whatever this nonsense is, back to some of the stuff we were fooling with before for a little last blast before I get to go and have my tacos and settle down for a bit. I wasn't actually fixing to have this hard of a work day. That said, neat that I was able to dive so deeply into doing further things with this. I'm definitely interested in bouncing around and listening to a bunch of these tracks and hearing what we've come out with all of this additional, like, the first experiment that I was going to do was simply to see whether one stage of this was going to suffice. And I found out that kind of no, it wouldn't. And I can add additional layers of it. And we did make the algorithm like 10 times more efficient, so that's pretty cool. So here's our Rockin' Teenage Combo. So now we'll take that, which is very, very loud, and we start hearing what it sounds like for some of these Guinness Book of World Records. So, 120 dB. Compared to dry 120. So that's like a Who concert, but not the loudest Who concert ever. Now, oh, forgot Deep Purple. Better do Deep Purple. 117. And this is before we do any corrections and stuff, so all this should still be on this sort of vaguely linear form before things melt down and become completely unreasonable. So Deep Purple in 1972 at 117 dB. It's like a 60s band. I'm going to say that's plausible. Not the same sounds that Deep Purple would have, but I'm going to say that's believable as like a Deep Purple-like band at 117 dB. Next, The Who at a concert in London at the Valley at 128 dB, measured 105 feet from the speakers. 128. No, 126. Sorry, there's a difference. That's a big difference. Fair, yeah. I don't have any vocals in this track, but that's just as well. 126, as in The Who would get as loud as this. A lot of amps. I'm going to say that's plausible. Maybe this is a little hot. So what I would do there is fire this up, and we're going to dial back from 100 to like, I don't know, 97 maybe? For that parameter, making it a little smaller. That is not from 100 dB to 97 dB. That's an internal parameter, which hopefully will make this change that I've now swapped in. And we'll fire that up and wait for it to load again. Oh God, it's 5. I need to leave. And we'll hear whether the Who at 126 dB, whether that sounds like it could conceivably be a Who concert. Whereas stuff like the Man-O-War stops needing to sound like anything music-like. But the Deep Purple one would have to actually sound like real music, and the Who somewhat less so, but still to some extent. So going back to the 117. Deep Purple. Plausible. because we've also got stuff where some of these sound pressure levels are said to be breaking the venue. So 126 was the Who's 1976 record. And a constant interval. And some also enclosed spaces get this way too. So, oh wait, I don't need to reinstantiate that. It's already there. That's basically plausible for the Who taking it way too far. I could believe that it being 26 dB. However, Manowar claimed they did 129.5. Let's dial that up. 129.5. If it was Manowar doing that, that would be a lot. But Motorhead broke a venue at 130 dB. Motorhead. Oh, and we're peaking out. Didn't expect that. But okay. Seems fair. As Motorhead set ends and the venue falls over from sustained damage, as reported in 1986, where they broke Cleveland's Variety Theater. So, going beyond that, Castle Donington Monsters of Rock, 325 kilowatts of power, largest front of house in PA. At the mixing tower, it peaked at a maximum of 120 dB, 24 dB during Iron Maiden set. So Monsters of Rock might have peaked like this. For Maiden. Not that that sounds like Maiden. Wait, didn't I have some stuff that sounded more like Maiden? So Maiden would be maybe more like this kind of thing. At the absolute max. But averaging at 118. So that would be like their loudest noise. So 118, Maiden might sound more like this. Plausible. The drums are very hot in this one. Or AC/DC playing the same level. And British punk band Gallows did a thing in a studio. I do not care as much from that. House electronica band Left Field. I have no idea what they sound like, so I'll just pick something at random. 135 dB, probably over a lot of bass. So starting out real hot, but then what do you expect for this amount of boost? So yeah, if you were left field and you were causing dust and plaster to fall from the roof, it might sound something like this. And if we pull it back from the 135 dB, .125 dB doesn't peak out as hot. Maybe some of those adjustments need to not be. I'll dial them back again or something. Because yeah, doing this, it is having no problem. Let's see what happens if I dial the changes that I made back. That was 17. I don't want to stay. Oh, I quit the wrong damn thing. What am I doing? Not my brightest moment. I'm staying up too late doing this and just trying to... Oh, and hey, I did the wrong thing here. This is the one that I wanted to adjust. Yeah, I'm losing track of my stuff. Let's see if we can dial back and take back out the thing that I did here. Never mind top dB. Never mind ref dB. No, actually, that's fine. We'll leave it at this. We're not going to update it, and we're going to continue to use top dB, and then at least it's not going to, like, if anybody really needs to push their thing to 140 dB and then have it clipping the outputs, they can add like AD clip 8. That'll work nicely for that purpose. By all means, knock yourself out. But for now, we're going to redo this. We're going to quit out of Xcode because I'm done for the day just about, except for I want to hear some of these things. And let's go back and see what happens. I have not yet done the 2009 136 dB Kiss concert yet. But I had something going on here, and this should probably work fine if I simply don't, let's see, 133, 135. And then if I pick the right one, that was the one. So this would be the sound of dust and plaster falling from the roof if the bass was this loud. That's plausible. I'm going to call that plausible. Isn't it how you get up to 130 dB and then things just start frying? So, back to Iron Maiden. So here's normal Iron Maiden at Donington Monsters of Rock. And then their loudest moment would be like this. Okay, I'll buy it. I'll buy that. I'll buy that. Then Manowar registered an SPL of 139 dB during the sound check, not the actual performance. Oh, no, wait. First Kiss. 136. Kiss made people very angry for... Kiss don't sound like this. They sound like this. Noise complaints from residents in the area eventually forced the band to turn the volume down. Yeah, I'll buy that. And in Man of War registered an SPL of 139 dB during the sound check, not the actual performance, at Magic Circle Fest. What we're going to do is do this in 2 steps. 1, 3, 9. Boom. Apply and close. Normalize. So yeah, apparently Man of War did this. Or let's do the fade out. Have a good evening. I'll probably get back to this on Thursday. Or if not this, I will get back to the stuff I was gonna do with Console 6 and the upcoming Console 9. Yeah, I think we get to word the loudness source with this. And if people don't like the amplitude that it's coming out of as the air crushes itself and swishes, you can always throw 80 clip 8 on afterwards. I am tempted to do that now, but no, I need to go and have my tacos. I will see you folks later. Bye-bye.